Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the meeting to order and welcome you to the first public hearing of the Afghanistan War Commission. I'm Shamila Chaudhary, the co-chair of the commission, joined today by my co-chair, Dr. Colin Jackson. Everyone, we made it. It's been quite a journey, right? I think we need a round of applause, pat ourselves on the back. I want to welcome our fellow commissioners, the distinguished witnesses, and our public audience, which is joining us both in person and online. I'm deeply grateful to our hosts today, the veterans of foreign wars, who are graciously hosting us in this very historic building in their Washington, D.C. offices. It's such a fitting venue for our discussions on the U.S. war in Afghanistan. The veterans community was at the forefront of encouraging the US government to have a commission exactly of this nature. So we owe them a great debt of gratitude. Congress established the Afghanistan War Commission to assess the entire 20-year war, to identify lessons, and to make recommendations to ensure informed national security decisions in the future. We're charged to work independently, objectively, and in a nonpartisan manner. We have 16 bipartisan appointed commissioners who bring diverse experience, deep subject matter expertise, and dedication to this task. I'm deeply grateful to them as well. Colin and I have learned a great deal from all of you in the past year, and we look forward to your partnership moving forward. We can't do this without you. It's a privilege to serve alongside you. Today, we make history. There's no other way to say it. Never before has the United States commissioned such a wide-ranging and independent legislative assessment of its own decision-making in the aftermath of a conflict. The scope and the mandate are very ambitious, but the task is even more significant because it takes place in the immense shadow of all who sacrificed and served. Many of you are here today. To the hundreds and thousands of you, service members, diplomats, aid workers, intelligence officers, contractors, and volunteers, this commission honors your commitments to defend US interests. Today, we also remember why the war began. On September 11th, 2001, terrorists attacked our nation, compelling us to act to prevent another such tragedy. Many responded to the call to serve and defend our nation. Now our directive is to reflect, learn, and heal. I want to thank the members of Congress for their bipartisan support in establishing this commission. They have been at the forefront of this clarion call for understanding. Since convening less than a year ago, we have made significant progress. We've hired a professional staff. Today would not be possible without them. I want to thank them directly for their work. We've held regular meetings with scholars, with the Afghan American community, with veterans, and other stakeholders. We've also drafted a very impressive research plan that will answer the key questions that we all have about the war. And we've started the hard work of obtaining information from the executive branch, and we will continue to do so over the course of the next 2 years. We've also started traveling around the world to gather perspectives. We've been to the Middle East, the United Nations, and NATO headquarters. And I think it's quite significant that we started our outreach last fall with a poignant visit to the 9/11 Memorial in New York. It was a very painful experience, a reminder of the tragedy that has guided us for the past 2 decades, but it was a necessary one. Now, over the next 2 years, we will examine thousands of government documents. We will interview key figures and foreign partners. and host additional public hearings, such as the one we are hosting today. They will all feature different perspectives and voices, all aimed at understanding the past and improving future actions. And I want to be very clear about this. If you are part of the war in Afghanistan, and if you have something to say, we will make time for you. This story is indeed an American one, but it also resonates globally. Pursuing our national security objectives didn't occur in a vacuum. We were not acting alone. We labored alongside our Afghan allies, and millions of Afghans were impacted by the war. Many lost their homes, their livelihoods, and their lives. But we also know that many gained new opportunities and new self-determination and new hope. We worked with NATO and other partners to counter the terrorism threat emanating from Afghanistan. While there was a lot of collaboration and cooperation, there was also quite a bit of dissent and critique of US policy and the role that the United States played in Afghanistan and our choices. Not all of those views were favorable. In this process, we commit to an honest and unflinching process that understands US policies in that global context. We will examine foreign perspectives and actions in order to understand the whole picture. You have our commitment for that. At the same time, this project must also do another very difficult thing, which is to address the critiques and impact of the war here at home in the United States. There were many conversations in our living rooms, on college campuses, and newsrooms in which US policies were also analyzed and critiqued. We have to talk about those views. Much of our homeland security policies in the post-9/11 era did have societal impacts on diaspora communities in the United States and others. To the extent that these issues overlapped with US decision-making in Afghanistan, we believe they have a place in this story. For so many of us, the war still lingers in our minds. We carry the moral, physical, and emotional injuries in our daily lives. I know this because I've spent the last 2 years talking to many of you and others who have shared their stories one-on-one. And I'm grateful for your honesty and your openness. One thing I learned is that closure may not be possible for everyone, but we do need a space for civic discourse, all the more so now in the United States. It's for our collective health as neighbors, as a republic, and also as global citizens. That's why Colin and I took on this project. That's why our team is working so hard. That's why we have all of these commissioners here today. We want to keep this conversation going with all of you. And I know you all have a lot to share. So I hope you will continue to join us in this historic opportunity. So let me talk a little bit about the audience we're trying to reach. I think this is really important and it makes us pretty unique. We have a broad reach and focus, and so it makes a lot of sense that our final report, which is due in August 2026, also reaches a global audience. It should be read by future and current policymakers, but it also needs to be read by anyone who cares about the United States and its changing role in the world. And indeed, it is changing. And finally, on a personal note, I hope that one day my own children, now 12 and 9 years old, will find this report on the shelf of a high school classroom and will want to read it. My daughter is here today, so I'm putting you on the spot. You will have to read this report, Layla. I want her to appreciate the personal and professional sacrifices that we all made to serve and defend. And I want our children to understand Afghanistan and its people with deep empathy, openness, and gratitude. And finally, I want the next generation to admire the rigor and honesty with which we looked in the mirror and pushed ourselves to admit our mistakes and to do better next time. And indeed, we will. So with that, I'd like to thank you again for your time and your attention today. And again, recognize the professional staff of the Afghanistan War Commission. This would not be possible without them. And turn it over to my co-chair, Dr. Colin Jackson.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you to all the commissioners who are joining us here in person or online, and to the expert witnesses and the guests who have joined. It is a genuine privilege to serve with you, Shamila, as a co-chair of the Afghanistan War Commission, and with each of our distinguished fellow commissioners. Ours is indeed an historic calling. This is the first time that Congress has called for a comprehensive, in-depth study of an American war. It is a credit to the Congress and to the American democracy that they have tasked the Commission to embark on a critical self-examination of the U.S. intervention in its entirety. In practice, this will mean taking a hard look at ourselves, at what we did right and what we did wrong. This is a heavy responsibility and one that we all take very seriously. As Shamila noted, it is fitting that we convene our first public hearing at the headquarters of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. 800,000 U.S. service members served in Afghanistan. Many of those service members returned to Afghanistan multiple times over the course of the war. For every service member who deployed, a family was left behind to do the best in their absence. Close to 21,000 service members were wounded, and an unknown and likely larger number returned with unseen scars. 2,238 service members did not return at all. Tens of thousands of U.S. aid workers, foreign service officers, intelligence officers, contractors, and volunteers served in Afghanistan as well, laboring alongside our Afghan and NATO allies to secure the country. While the casualties they suffered were smaller in number, they were no less searing and the costs no less personal. And while the American intervention brought new opportunities to many Afghans over 20 years, many of those same Afghans ultimately lost their homes, their livelihoods, and their lives. For all these groups, Afghanistan was, in a very real sense, a generational war. All those who served, whatever their role, will be indelibly imprinted by the experience of the struggle and its aftermath. In another sense, the work of the Afghanistan War Commission is explicitly intergenerational. What the Commission seeks to do is to derive insight and recommendations from the sacrifices and investments of our generation in Afghanistan and offer them to a younger generation of Americans who may be called upon in a future intervention. We seek to do something simple but very hard, to extract foresight from hindsight. If we do our job well, then we can draw meaning from those sacrifices of those who served and give insight and tools to those who may follow us. To learn from Afghanistan, we need to ask hard questions, especially probing the key decisions in the war, how they were made, and why. Institutions and individuals are accountable. We will be unflinching in our pursuit of answers to the questions that have been posed to us, following the facts without fear or favor. Only by being honest about the past, uncomfortable though that may be, can we hope to improve the understanding and the performance of future generations of citizens and decision makers. While accountability is centrally important, our focus is less on assigning credit or blame for the war, a war that spanned 4 presidential administrations and 11 Congresses, than on extracting and applying its lessons. What can we learn from our experience in Afghanistan over 20 years? across all lines of government effort to improve the performance of a future generation in an as yet unknown U.S. intervention abroad. That is the essential question animating this inquiry. Today's hearing is the first in a series of hearings that we see as integral and complementary to the research on which we have already embarked. These inaugural panels are designed to help our commissioners and the American people consider the central question of what we can reasonably learn and apply from the war in Afghanistan. Some might argue that the self-evident lesson of the war in Afghanistan is quite simple: never again. However earnestly we may seek to avoid foreign entanglement, such distaste for intervention is an imperfect shield against the future. We did not enter Afghanistan in search of a 20-year commitment. We entered in response to what was seen as a profound and open-ended threat to the American homeland. A future generation may find itself in similar straits. We owe it to this nation to arm that future generation with the hard-won insights of Afghanistan. Our first panel sets the stage for our inquiry by helping us better understand the value of a rigorous independent examination like that the Afghanistan War Commission is undertaking. We will hear from distinguished historians and experts about prior efforts to draw lessons from history. Throughout our work, we will ask witnesses to challenge our assumptions in pursuit of a thoroughly balanced understanding of the war. Our second panel takes us back to the early days of the Afghanistan War and before. It is our contention that we cannot understand the shocking conclusion of the war without first understanding its very beginning. We seek to recall the origins of the terror threat that culminated in the attacks of September 11th, and to connect the story told by the 9/11 Commission to the early decisions and episodes of the U.S. war in Afghanistan. What we learn today from our panelists will contribute to the opening chapters of our final report. In closing, I would emphasize that many of us take this responsibility personally. I witnessed war from the field, the planning rooms, from Washington, and from the negotiation table. Many of us here today, commissioners, witnesses, honored guests, dedicated our careers to the war effort and are committed to see it through to a meaningful conclusion. While I served in uniform in Afghanistan, I see it now as a father of one Army officer and a second aspiring cadet. We owe the generation that served in Afghanistan and the generation that will serve somewhere else a full, objective, rigorous, unvarnished, and unflinching account of our performance as a government and a military. The lessons we learn from Afghanistan will be the ultimate legacy that our generation leaves, a legacy that guides generations of Americans to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. We will now begin our first panel. The purpose of this panel is to underscore the critical importance of retrospective analysis of the Afghanistan War for policymakers, military personnel, peace builders, Afghans, and the American public. It also sets the stage for our broad retrospective mandate. In future hearings, you will see us elaborate on the themes of the war and look at it in a historical context. We thought it would be appropriate to start today with looking at the very beginning. So this panel will speak to the need for an unflinching and rigorous approach that Colin has outlined to uncover key insights and lessons, especially from those who served and sacrificed. So now I'm going to read the biographies of our distinguished guests. First, I'd like to recognize and welcome Ambassador Ronald E. Newman, who's asking me to keep his bio short. It's quite impressive. He's formerly a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. He served 3 times as a U.S. ambassador. He was in Algeria and Bahrain, and then was in Afghanistan from July 2005 to April 2007. I will say, if you've ever worked on Afghanistan, if you continue to care about this country, you know Ambassador Newman. He continues to stay engaged, and we're very grateful for your service. He's a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, served in Baghdad as well with the Coalition Provisional Authority. You really want me to shorten this, I can tell. All right, well, I think one thing that's fitting in your bio is that you also served as an infantry officer in Vietnam, and it was your experience of the war in Vietnam and Afghanistan that compelled us to bring you here today. You're very thoughtful on these topics, so thank you for joining us, Ambassador Newman. I would like to recognize Dr. Alexis Albion, who has been a very generous and sage advisor to our commission since the very early days. She most recently served as the lead curator at the International Spy Museum, and in previous roles, she was a staff member on the 9/11 Commission, and so we've been learning a great deal from Dr. Albion in that regard. She investigated U.S. counterterrorism policy while on the commission and testified before the commission and the public on staff findings, and she was a key drafter of the commission's final report. Following on from that work, she's also served in the executive and legislative branches on the implementation of the 9/11 Commission recommendations, and she has also worked and served at the World Bank and in the Department of State. So welcome to Dr. Alexis Albion as well. I'll recognize Colin to introduce the other two speakers.
Thank you, Shamila. I'd recognize now Dr. Halima Kazem, who is an oral historian and project manager at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. She is currently building an incredibly impressive oral history archive on Afghanistan and the Afghanistan War. Dr. Kazem is also a postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where she is producing a documentary about women's struggles in Afghanistan against the Taliban regime. Before that, she spent 17 years as a journalist and filmmaker, including a decade reporting on the Afghanistan War and rebuilding efforts. So thank you for joining us. And then our second guest online here joining us, Dr. Nader Nadri, is a senior fellow with the Wilson Center and is a fellow with the Hoover Institution of Stanford. His background spans civil society, private sector, institution building, government, and research. He is an internationally known advocate for human rights and justice and has firsthand experience in the negotiating of peace. Mr. Nadri has served as a commissioner of the Independent Human Rights Commission, chairman of the Civil Service Commission, and senior advisor to the Afghan president on strategic affairs and human rights. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Colin. Ambassador Newman, you are recognized for your opening statement. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored to appear before you today after serving in 4 wars. I am keenly interested in whether we can learn. It is important to remember that memory alone can distort events over time. When I wrote my book on Afghanistan, I had access to many personal letters written close to the events, and frequently I found my memories had changed over time. Things I thought I understood at one point turned out to represent things I learned later. Thus, while drawing on recollections is really valuable, it should be balanced by fact-checking contemporary records. You have to deal with a tendency to extract simple answers from a complex 20-year history. This is pernicious. Such bumper stickers of policy lead to misunderstanding in the future, not learning. Our failure to utilize well the early years of our time in Afghanistan are said to have been heavily influenced by a belief that we were too involved in nation building in Bosnia. If that is true, we paid a heavy price in time lost when we could have consolidated the political rebuilding when there was little violence. An important area which I hope you will look at is the difference between policy and implementation. In my experience, when things are not going well, Washington reverts to a policy review. Yet such policy reviews rarely raise the question of whether the problem is in the policy itself, the strategy, or the execution of policy. By my count, we had 10 different policies in our 20 years in Afghanistan. The average life of each policy was 2 years. Policy changes from Washington were particularly problematic when they occurred without support or sometimes even consultation with host government officials. You need to be realistic about what was politically possible at a specific time. Not inviting the Taliban to the Bonn Peace Conference is an often cited mistake. Much of the Bonn Conference was devoted to a division of power in the forthcoming interim government. How realistic is it to think one could have injected the Taliban into that mix? I am not trying to answer this question, but rather to illustrate the need to place a lesson learned within a realistic understanding of possibility. Without that, there is no lesson, only an observation that it would have been nice if the world had been different. You asked me to recollect on lessons that might be drawn in common from Vietnam and Afghanistan. Perhaps the overarching one is that almost no valid lessons were carried over from one war to the next. For example, a clear problem in Vietnam was the short tour. There was no regular transfer of knowledge. I saw that in my own combat tour, but it was true at more senior levels. In Afghanistan, the short tours of senior officers and generals were devastating, the institutional equivalent of a frontal lobotomy. If one carried away only one lesson from Vietnam and Afghanistan, I believe it should be the need for longer tours for senior military and civilian officials. The short tour was not only devastating to continuity of planning and execution, but also to building support among host government officials. After they've experienced several changing plans and priorities, and often the abandonment of previous plans, host officials tend to become skeptical of any American idea. This is detrimental to effective implementation of any idea. Vietnam and Afghanistan were both marked by highly unrealistic assumptions about whether the means employed and the time allocated for success were likely to reach the desired result. Taiwan, Korea, and Greece all went from kleptocratic autocracies to functioning states, and each took 20 to 30 years or more to get there. Were such experiences ever drawn on in considering what was likely to be required to bring about similar changes in Afghanistan? Were assumptions examined closely? Were they artificially limited by the time the policymakers thought they had to give? In this connection, you may find it useful to consider whether the American propensity to try to shorten a required time frame with more funding always makes sense. Another comparison between Vietnam and Afghanistan is the vexing problem of how to work with local leaders when they do not meet our sense of what is needed. I hope you will seek a balance between the responsibility for American actions and those of our Afghan hosts. Neither worked in a vacuum. Each was heavily influenced by perceptions and misperceptions of the other. Responsibility will have to be judged in a difficult matrix of looking at both sides. How much responsibility to take and how much to leave with local leaders is not easily resolved, but the problem is of long standing. In Vietnam and Afghanistan, our default reaction to problems of local effectiveness was to try to develop our own policy and convince the local leaders to accept it, or simply to do it ourselves. In Afghanistan, the 2009 policy review led to a large surge of money and district support teams, as well as troops. Ambitious plans were developed for local progress. There was little buy-in by Afghans and less capacity to take over what we were building. The effort was largely wasted. But if our efforts to craft policies without local acceptance largely failed, if our repeated, almost knee-jerk response to local incapacity is to keep making such plans, and if local incapacity is real, how are we to stem this cycle? What is the lesson for the future? I do not know if there is an answer, yet I hope it is a problem on which you will reflect It has large strategic implications for the future, and yet it remains essentially unaddressed either in political science, theory, or as much in policy. I want to thank you for again giving me the opportunity to reflect on the experiences of two wars and the chance to suggest some things that you may want to look at. Your task is hideously difficult. You may only succeed in raising confusion to a higher level of detail. But I wish you luck, and of course I will be happy to return for a more detailed discussion of my own period as ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. This project has been called many things. Not hideous yet, but I will add that to the list. I am just happy that we got here today. This is quite momentous. But thank you for your insights. Dr. Albion, you are now recognized for your testimony. Please.
Chairpersons Chaudhary and Jackson, members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you regarding your review of key decisions related to the war in Afghanistan. You have taken on an immense and important and apparently hideous task. I'm a historian. I've researched and written about intelligence history as a scholar and a museum curator, but I've had the opportunity to play my own very, very modest role in intelligence history as a staff member of the 9/11 Commission, investigating U.S. counterterrorism policy leading up to and following the terror attacks, and focusing on the CIA, and after the Commission, continuing to work with the commissioners to ensure the implementation of the recommendations of the report. And I also served in the Office of Counterterrorism at the U.S. Department of State. As a historian, my career has bridged both academic and policy worlds. And if there's a common theme running across both, it's the challenge of telling an accurate and compelling story to audiences inside and outside government about something incredibly complicated. And you have this same challenge. A comprehensive review of key decisions involved in this nation's longest war is a formidable task, but necessary and important. And I'd like to briefly explain why and offer some words of advice and encouragement. This commission has a unique opportunity to provide a holistic perspective of U.S. involvement in the war. It's an opportunity to tell an authoritative history, a foundational history. There have been many books already written about the war, and there will be many more. No doubt there will also be more facts that emerge after you deliver your report, more documents, more voices, providing additional information and new perspectives. This Commission's report will not be the last word on the war in Afghanistan, but by producing a reliable and authoritative account, your report can perhaps be a starting point for anyone who wants to understand this critical part of our nation's history. You have the opportunity to do this because this Commission is independent and nonpartisan, essential factors if the American people are to accept your findings as authoritative. And you can do this because the Commission has strong authorities to access the necessary documents and people across the government, essential if the American people are to accept your findings as fact-based. To write a foundational history, that foundation must be rock solid. It must be supported by rigorous historical research and analysis based on the available facts. You must get the story right. That task alone is not easy, especially when you're dealing with events that cover a period of 20 years. Some of the most important areas of inquiry will involve looking at how decisions get made in government. You will need to look across and within departments and agencies to understand the range of perspectives at different levels of the decision-making process. Let me give you an example from my own investigation of the CIA on the 9/11 Commission. A key question I needed to answer was, did the US government ever have the opportunity and the authority to kill Osama bin Laden before 9/11? I found entirely different answers to that question from people in different parts of government, even from within the same agency. The issue of authorities was particularly tricky because, as I discovered, the same words can mean different things to different people. To get to the bottom of it involved hunting down some of the most sensitive documents in the government, and then finding out what they meant to people all along the decision-making chain, from the lawyers who drafted the authorities, to the president who signed them, to the people tasked with carrying them out. I'd suggest that your investigation will similarly be less a linear process and more an iterative one, recreating what happened based on documents, using interviews to fill in those gaps, returning to the archives to verify witness statements, and then sometimes going back to witnesses again and again. Getting the story right is only your first task. You'll then need to relate it as clearly and comprehensively as possible, draw lessons learned, and make recommendations based upon your fact-finding. From the very start of their investigation, the 9/11 commissioners envisioned a report that would be a foundational historical account of 9/11. They believed strongly that every fact and conclusion had to be easily referenced to its source. It's the reason why the report has over 100 pages of endnotes. They also knew that the weight of their conclusions and recommendations would be measured by how directly they emerged from the facts of the 9/11 story itself. One of the most impactful recommendations of the Commission was the creation of a Director of National Intelligence, or DNI. That was not a new idea. But the 9/11 story provided a clear argument for stronger leadership at the top of the intelligence community, an argument that the commissioners believed could overcome resistance to change and challenges to authority and budgets. And they turned out to be right. It's worth noting that not all the 9/11 Commission's conclusions point towards changes in government processes or structures that required rethinking or legislation. Some aimed to help readers understand the nature of the terrorist threat and counterterrorism strategy. One recommendation, for example, put forward the need to identify current and potential terrorist sanctuaries, something the US government was already doing. That recommendation came right out of the 9/11 story and tried to help readers connect history with current global counterterrorism strategy. Your own recommendations will have the greater impact if they flow directly from the facts of the story that you tell about the war in Afghanistan. But I urge you to not just look at the past, a past that will not be replicated, but to think about how the story you tell can help readers better understand the present and, of course, be applied to the future. I hope these remarks have been interesting and useful to you and can help provide some framework for the investigation you're undertaking. Your Commission's work is important. As with the 9/11 Commission, you're telling the history of an event that has touched many lives. That gives you a great responsibility to ensure that you get the story right. But it also provides an opportunity for you to reach many people by writing an authoritative history that can serve as a foundation for people's understanding of the war in Afghanistan and for the books and studies that are still to come. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Albion. Dr. Kazem, you are now recognized for your testimony. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Co-chairs Chaudhary and Jackson and commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here in front of you for the Afghanistan War Commission's first public hearing. If I may, I'll start with a personal story. My family left Afghanistan in late 1979, right before Soviet troops rolled into Afghanistan. My father, the chair of the Faculty of Economics at Kabul University, and my mother, a bank executive at the National Bank, opposed the communist regime, as many Afghans did, and that took over Afghanistan in the spring of 1978. As a result, my father was tortured and imprisoned in the notorious Pulcherki prison for 18 months. Thousands of innocent Afghans were tortured and killed in that prison, the adjoining killing fields behind the prison, and many other jails and facilities in Afghanistan during the communist period. When we moved to the US in 1980, my family was traumatized and unfamiliar with life in the United States, as are most Afghans I've met who have arrived after subsequent periods of fighting and since the collapse of the Afghan Republic on August 15th, 2021. However, there there is no comprehensive archive of Afghan voices who could speak to the arduous journeys they had faced and the history they have witnessed. Voices that could express the emotion and events of people who were central to the Cold War and geopolitics after that. It was not until March 2002 that I went back to Kabul to take part in the emergency Loy Jirga, the historical moment in which Afghanistan's future could be determined, much by Afghans. That I learned more about the country and learned about the diversity of voices that Afghans had and expressed. That is why when on August 15th, 2021, as the era of the Afghan Republic and the US-Afghan War came to an end, it was clear to me that documenting this period would be a great service to Afghans, US veterans of the Afghan War, families of US service members who had died in Afghanistan, and those who cared deeply about Afghanistan's people and history. I knew the status of archives about Afghanistan, and during my doctoral research on the history of women in Afghanistan, I used oral histories as a primary methodology because of the lack of archives and documentation about the lives of women. As I was preparing to build an archive on my own, knowing the gap that existed after August 2021, I heard about the initiative that General H.R. McMaster, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, started at Stanford University. As a trained historian and a seasoned combat soldier who had served in Afghanistan, McMaster was keenly aware that recording individual histories was going to be critical to investigating the truth. As a result, I joined the Hoover Afghanistan team as the oral historian and manager in April 2022. And since then, I've conducted more than 120 oral history interviews, culminating in more than 350 hours of recordings with Afghans and Americans who lived and worked in Afghanistan from 2001 until 2021. We've also done a subset of oral histories inside Afghanistan to capture the emotion and sentiment of those who couldn't leave or wanted to stay. I traveled to many countries looking for and finding people who would be essential to this history. I've traveled so much, I don't think my children even recognize me anymore. They say, "Who's the lady who's back today?" So I can't go into too much detail of who is in the archive, but I assure you that this archive will be important to your work. You'll find people who will tell you the stories that matter, the moments that are critical during this war. There was plenty of physical documentation during the time of the Afghan Republic, but with the collapse of the Republic, the rushed withdrawal of the US forces, and the sudden takeover by the Taliban, it wasn't clear what documentation would remain to tell the complex story of this period. Over the last 2.5 years, I've learned, though, some documents still exist, but computers and hard drives were smashed and destroyed in many governmental offices. Intelligence documents, personnel files, contracts, official memos, and many other artifacts of that period were destroyed out of fear that the Taliban would get a hold of them. People frantically burned documents, ID cards, credentials, which connected them to US or foreign projects and organizations. One Afghan journalist told me he buried his Pulitzer Prize in his backyard because he was afraid the Taliban would find it. Within hours of the Afghan president leaving the country and the Taliban taking over, Afghans were shedding the identities that they had cherished on the one hand, but could get them killed on the other. The oral history interviews I'm collecting are detailing, at times, moment by moment, the unraveling of the hopes and dreams of millions of Afghans and the decisions that led to the collapse of the Republic. Excuse me. But documents tell part of the story, placing individuals in the course of history and understanding documents and artifacts in relation to the lived experiences of those who were leaders, decision makers, and people at various cross-sections of Afghan society and politics creates a more nuanced and useful history of the period. In the interviews I conduct for the Hoover Afghanistan Oral History Archive, I go beyond the general timelines, and this is important probably for your work as well. Each person has their own mini timelines and events that they saw and witnessed that led to big events such as the 2004 constitutional Loya Jirga, or the 2009 presidential elections. These personal timelines of people in key positions, when paired with documents in other archives, have the potential of revealing critical moments during the period of the Republic that things could have gone differently, and now help us understand more than simple or general lessons learned. With Afghans, I conduct life histories, which are longer than regular oral histories, in order to understand why certain decisions were made and choices that shaped the events in Afghanistan. It is important to understand the context of their lives. The patterns of being affected by war, displacement, poverty, and long periods of uncertainty become painfully visible. My longest life history interview for the collection is 10.5 hours and in 3 parts. Most interviews average 4 hours. This has been an investment on my part and resources at Hoover because this is a tremendous amount of content to transcribe, translate, and archive. I've learned so much about the specific moments and people who could have changed the course of the US war in the Afghan Republic. As an oral historian, I create the openings in which a narrator or interviewee walks through during the interview. I linger during life moments or periods where more details are needed. The truth starts out as simple facts, moments, memories by individuals that are then stitched together to create the picture of a meeting, a person, or event. I call this the pyramid of truth. I ask interviewees what some of their earliest childhood memories are in Afghanistan, or oftentimes in a refugee camp. It's telling and interesting to see what people choose to share. I ask them to take me back to the moment, draw the scene, who was there, where were you sitting, what did people say, what did you say at that moment and do exactly? What were you thinking at the moment? The oral histories are a record of affect as much as they are details of places and events. In early 2022, when I started interviewing, I felt that there was a deep sense of distrust among Afghans because of the sudden changes in the country and the fear of finger-pointing and blame. I suspect that you will come across that as well. That environment of distrust has improved as more details have been released through news reports, congressional hearings, social media, and investigations. With oral histories, life histories, I found there to be more interest because there's a sense of understanding that the historiography of Afghanistan has been disrupted too often, and an awareness that there hasn't been sufficient documentation of important voices, especially Afghans. Thank you for allowing me to share my work with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazem. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Nadari, who is joining us online. You are now recognized for your testimony. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. As an Afghan deeply connected to the history and future of my country, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts on why a review of the war in Afghanistan is crucial, same way as it is for the United States, for the Afghans too, and how the war has affected our national aspirations, the Afghans' national aspiration for a better future. For 2 decades, Afghanistan's political, social, and economic lives were closely tied to the decisions made by the United States. The war and the partnership left an indelible mark on our country. The tragedy of 9/11 brought to light the long-lasting pain of millions of Afghans who had been neglected for too long. Afghans, the victims of Cold War rivalry and poor national leadership, found relief in the presence of US forces in their country in November 2001. The end of the Taliban's first rule and the subsequent support from the United States transformed millions of lives. However, the war also brought pain, despair, and lost opportunities. Looking back over the past 2 decades, we see a fascinating story of success and failure, from which we can draw critical lessons. The story of Afghan women reclaiming and expanding their rights denied by the Taliban was a highlight of that period. The rapid integration of women's rights and human rights into Afghanistan's social, political, and legislative discourses is an encouraging lesson learned to be replicated other places. Advocates of a democratic system in Afghanistan found allies in the United States and international partners. Their tireless advocacy resulted in constitutional guarantees, including freedom of media and speech, and helped develop an active civil society. The rapid expansion of public service, for example, from fewer than 30,000 teachers in 2002 to over 60,000 in 2021, with over 50% of female representation, was a testament to the success of institutional building. By 2020, a vibrant, dynamic, and hopeful post-2001 generation, educated both in Afghanistan and rural and urban, and also abroad, began entering the workforce. Equipped with knowledge and technology and aware of the global happenings, they aspired to a better future for their country. However, the war also brought significant pain. The quest for revenge post 9/11 and the counterterrorism strategies that relaxed rules of engagement caused unnecessary suffering among Afghan civilians, especially in rural areas. Homes and villages were destroyed, and many civilians lost their life. The US and its allies, held to high standard by Afghans, at times fell short in their conduct. The strategy of arrests and indefinite detention, often without due processes, undermined the goals of establishing the rule of law and access to justice, one of the key objectives of both Afghans and international community at the time. Misunderstandings, such as the case of a 68-year-old detained for a long time in background prison because a translator misinterpreted his words, highlights the profound consequences of rushed actions. Prioritizing short-term, fighting season-bound military objectives over long-term governance and development led to missed opportunities. The failure to adopt lessons from past experiences like the one Ambassador Newman talked about, Vietnam War, resulted in 20 times over early strategies that diverted attention from sustainable development and longer-term stability. Additionally, the policy of pushing against demands for justice and accountability for past crimes empowered bad actors and gave rise to corruption, disillusioning many Afghans. This approach, based on a flawed assumption about the benefits of empowering bad actors, undermined long-term goals of strengthening state institutions. There are many questions about the impact of negotiations between the United States and the Taliban, particularly the absence of the Afghan government and the public messaging of the team of the negotiation that elevated the Taliban to their status of a credible actor, contributing to the collapse of the Afghan Republic. Transparency is owed to Afghans regarding the decisions and actions taken during that process. Understanding the root causes of this monumental failure by the Afghan leaders and also by the US is essential for Afghans, both in the country and in the diaspora, to heal and move forward. The Taliban's campaign of fear, violence, and disregard for the lives of Afghans is well documented. This, combined with the proxy wars conducted by the regional actors like Pakistan and others, must be an inseparable part of the assessment of the context in which Afghans and our allies were operating at the time. The failure to prevent or mitigate their double standards and deception was likely one of the most significant diplomatic failures of the last 2 decades, that warranting further study. The Commission's work can help families of war victims and those who paid the ultimate sacrifices to understand what happened and why. That after 2 decades and despite all the sacrifices, they ended up under the same brutal regime that they were living before. The collapse of the Republic generated shock and grief within the Afghan populace, leaving them traumatized and angry at their own political leaders for their profound failure. They also embraced the view that their lives and fate once again did not matter, while decisions were made in Washington, D.C. Afghans will eagerly look for an objective, fair, and transparent examination of this endgame. I also urge the Commission to also review 2 additional areas as they look into this momentous work and undertaking. First, examine the role of diplomats in managing complex relations with their partners. Both President Karzai and President Ghani began as close allies of the United States. But within a term in office, the divide and distrust between them and the US grew. How key diplomats managing these difficult relations in a very complex situation managed their relationship that led to this level of distrust, and this may educate future similar situations and diplomats. Second, explore where and whether there was only one path to withdrawing the US forces from Afghanistan, which involved negotiating with the Taliban through the controversial Doha deal. Or could the US leave and withdraw its forces securely without undermining the partner it supported for 2 decades through significant investment of blood and resources? In conclusion, I believe this Commission's work is the least we can do to honor the sacrifices of over 100,000 Afghan men and women in uniform who lost their life, and thousands of US and coalition partners who made ultimate sacrifices, and the dreams of millions of Afghans who are now living under a brutal apartheid regime. I wish you patience, foresightedness, and as you compile this very painful but very necessary story. I thank you, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadri, for your insights. So we will now begin the question and discussion portion of the hearing. And I'll take the co-chair's prerogative to ask a few questions first, but I want to make an observation of what the 4 witnesses shared. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined such a rich foreign policy discussion that involved historians, former diplomats, retired intelligence officers, military generals, members of the diaspora. And I think that this sets the right tone for how we want to interrogate the key questions of the war. We're not looking at each of these perspectives in isolation. We're trying to hear you from your position of hindsight and retrospection, but we're also trying to build the connective tissue between these different experiences. This is what's going to be most difficult about this project. And so for the audience today and for the commissioners, and we've talked about this, I want all of us to push ourselves a little bit to find that connective tissue, and we'll continue to do that over the course of the next 2 years. My first question is to Ambassador Newman. I want to zoom out a little bit on this issue of blame, which is one that keeps coming up in our conversations. All of the witnesses mentioned it. We get asked a lot about this project, and in particular, are we going to recognize the failures of particular leaders? Or in another way, will this project name and shame? I like to think of it as a sunshine project where we share information about U.S. policy decision-making that hasn't been made available to the public, but there were individuals involved. There were leaders that made decisions and that put their signature on policies. Foreign policy does not have a good track record of holding leaders accountable or responsible, if you will, in the same way as, say, in the private sector where you have a CEO who didn't make his or her numbers and has to answer to a board and then gets flipped and a new person comes in. We vote presidents in and out, but we can't do that for generals or diplomats or aid workers. This is a very sensitive topic. It's controversial, but I think we should start with this. I would love to hear your perspective on this, given your arc of experience from Vietnam to Afghanistan.
Boy, that's broad. As you delve into that, I think you may find yourself reflecting on Otto von Bismarck's comment that the 2 things people should never allow, you should never allow people to see are the making of policy and sausage, because each is disgusting. There are an awful lot of different influences that come to bear on policy decisions, and extracting responsibility is going to be very difficult. I mean, ultimately, presidents are responsible. You will need to look very closely at not just the decisions presidents made, but the questions they asked in formulating their answers. I don't have an easy answer to this. There are also some problems in our structure. You know, we don't have a way of having one person responsible on the ground. I often teaser a question when I'm talking to classes sometimes, where's the first place that the responsibility for action on the ground comes together? The answer, of course, is the President of the United States. There is no earlier place where the lines of communication cross. We have had, actually, I mentioned that in my written testimony, an experience where we did have a unified chain of command lower down in cords, and nobody's ever been able to explain to me how we had it. But in any event, so we have both structural problems and individual problems, and in some cases there may not be a clear place of responsibility. So the question may be, in some cases, did the delegation for the conduct of a decision carry clarity? Was the delegation of authority both clear and used? The particular problem with this is, for instance, the military works by creating mission statements. Mission statements are not reviewed by civilians. I had an experience in Iraq, I won't go into detail here, where the fact that Washington had a different understanding of a military mission from the mission statement led to repeated confusions until we straightened it out, which was difficult because we weren't, as civilians, allowed to tamper with it. So you got multiple levels. I don't know that I'm helping you answer that question, except that you probably have to come at it from a variety of ways. The questions which were asked, whether the answers, particularly whether the answers were tested against a reasonable expectation of success. That, I think, is a repeated problem in our government. God knows how many action memos I've seen and my colleagues have seen, which are called a strategy and have a list of actions, but they don't have any analysis of whether the actions are sufficient to achieve the objective. And you know, my favorite joke is that if I want to go to the moon, I can jump up and down. 50% of my actions are going in the right direction. I'm never going to get liftoff. So there needs to be an action of whether the actions cumulatively will get you to the objective. Anyway, that's a long enough answer, and I know our time is short.
No, it's a difficult answer, but I see it more as a theme that we have to lay out honestly in the beginning. I'm not sure we're going to find an answer to it. Just a quick follow-up for you, Ambassador Newman. Let's be more specific now about Afghanistan and thinking about, you alluded to this, kind of a chain of command, and you know, the president is in charge. The way that the U.S. government structured its engagement in Afghanistan, can you outline kind of the complexity of the different chains of command and the different kinds of authority figures that were involved? Because I think that then will illuminate a deeper discussion about accountability.
Well, I think there are different things. One is the chains of command on the ground. Remember that national level counter-terrorist forces were not brought under the command of the real command and direction of the commander on the ground until General McChrystal was assigned. You frequently had operations conducted without coordination with the ground commanders just within the military command. And then you have the issue that the overarching structure of coordination is personality dependent. And so sometimes it works great. You know, what it's like, a little like the through the looking glass about Alice. When she was good, she was very, very good, and when she was bad, she was horrid. So I've seen some truly awful conflicts between generals and ambassadors. There was a period in Afghanistan where it was very strained, where you had had senior personnel on each side bad-mouthing the other command in meetings where the other command was present, which was obviously going to be radiated back with great good feeling. And you had periods, you've got Ambassador Crocker, where the command was celebrated for the cooperation, both in Iraq and in Afghanistan. We have no, I guess what I would leave you with is, we have never had a structural way of dealing with the bad relationship. The only person that can referee a bad relationship is the president. And I've never seen a cabinet agency willing to discipline its own side of the problem if there's a difference. And nobody ever tells them, you guys have to play together or I'm going to fire you or whatever. It's, you know, left to be sorted out in the sandbox.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'd like to now recognize my co-chair, Co-Chair Jackson, for his questions. And we are, each commissioner will have 7 minutes to speak with the witnesses, so I ask that we respect that time.
Thank you, Shamila. My first question goes to Mr. Chaudhary. In your opening statement, you made reference to one of the more controversial aspects of the war in Afghanistan, which was the relationship between the war and Pakistan. You highlighted the need to examine the role of Pakistani support for the Afghan Taliban. From your point of view, what are the most important things for us to examine as a commission on this? And what, in your opinion, might have been done differently from the American point of view?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the important aspect of Pakistan to be looked at it, one, it was to look at the 20 years in at least 3 phases. The first phase, which there was a level of effectiveness in implementation of overall policy in the region, and that was not only with Pakistan, but there was some level of cooperation with Russia, but also Iran was behaving okay. At least there was a common ground in there. But Pakistan itself and the regime at the beginning, the President Musharraf at the beginning did look to see for the success or somehow cooperate for the success of the overall objective of the mission. But immediately as the first 5 years have gone, they have changed their way of looking at the issues. So diplomatic and aid were the 2 tools that the United States, from where I was sitting and seeing, was trying to use with Pakistan to change and mend their approach and attitude. Time and again, especially when we enter to the 3rd phase, where there was this discussion about after 2014, when the U.S. forces was withdrawing, the leverage of diplomatic leverage have gone down, but the aid leverage continued to remain significant. No review of which part of this diplomatic effort worked and how deceptions were carried out. The intelligence information was to a level that could coerce or at least change the behavior of Pakistan, was not feed into the diplomatic work, because there were also some conflicting interests. And Pakistan being a nuclear power, you don't want to upset them further. You need to have a route for logistic support. But those were, at the first phase 2, facts. But there was strong words diplomatically, but also clear measures in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of aid was carried out. And I think looking in all of those aspects would have been much more different. The Taliban relation with Pakistan was so obvious. The sanctuary was so obvious. And it became one of the critical point of disagreement between the Afghan leaders and with the United States actors on the region, and also with the United States leaders, what kind of measures the U.S. will be taking against Pakistan. And that's why a review of tools of the diplomatic application and aid need to be properly done to see if those are the two important and effective tools to apply in those situations. Because in every cycle, Pakistanis could manage to come to visit to Washington and be at the White House, and it was a critical and important leverage that was not properly, in my view, used throughout, and that probably is something that downplaying or underestimating the level of leverage the United States have had and have in these situations with an on and off partners across the globe, which are mostly based on short-term interest rather than on values.
Thank you. One follow-up question on a slightly different part of your statement. You made the observation that there may have been another way for the United States to disengage from Afghanistan at the end that did not involve undermining the host country. Can you expand a little bit on that very interesting statement?
One has been a foundation for the U.S. forces presence, especially post-2004 in Afghanistan, was the bilateral, first the SOFA, and then later on, it was the bilateral security agreement 2014 that was signed, and it had clear terms based on which that was explaining how a reduction of troops and also a withdrawal would happen. Now, the key concern in negotiating, or the key argument in negotiating with the Taliban, was to protect the forces as they withdraw. However, the U.S. forces had the support of not only the Afghan National Army, which there was green on blue occasionally happening, and that was a fear that you can't trust them, but there was over 50,000 what they call these forces in different battalions called the zero forces, 01, 03. Those were trained, hired, vetted, and worked closely by the agency and also the rest of the special forces of the United States. They were the protector of the outer build of security for every U.S. Base, for most of the U.S. bases, and they were the most trusted, and the cooperation between them, most of them were now evacuated to the United States. Evacuation without legitimizing the Taliban, for them to claim that they have beaten the United States and made it to leave the country, could have been a proper, carefully planning of withdrawal, using for security the proper arrangement that was already on ground and was provided even to the last day, the parameters of the Kabul airport through the chaotic evacuation was protected by those forces to the last days, and most of them then were evacuated too. So there was one, at least, that one could look at it properly to extract the forces without relying on a deal that did not create a foundation for lasting peace and then lead it to the catastrophe that we were all witnessing.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. I cede back my time.
Thank you, Colin. I just want to ask commissioners to, when you address the witness, please specify whether your witness is on Zoom or in the room, just to help with the coverage, all right? So I'd like to recognize Commissioner Bob Ashley. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for our witnesses today. The gravity of what we face over the next couple of years is not lost on anybody in this commission, and me personally. Everybody has a different experience, and some of them are common. I was thinking about my comments opening here this morning. I thought, okay, I was in Afghanistan 2003, 2004, 2009, 2010, all of 12, 13, and back in 19. All in different capacities over time. And then one of the things that struck me the most was anytime I got out of Kabul, out into the villages, and I saw the kids. As a parent, as a grandfather. And that really drove, we have to get this right for those generations, and seeing those kids and really the parents that want the best for their children going forward. For my family, for all the time that I spent away. And for the jobs that I had, the roles, the missions on those deployments, really the most consequential for me was as a casualty assistance officer. Colin made mention of 2,238 of our teammates that didn't come home. In 2005, I got a phone call to let me know that I was going to be the casualty assistance officer for a family of a lieutenant that was killed. In 36 years in the military, the most important thing I did was that role in helping that family. So for our Gold Star families as well, this is so critical. With that having been said, Dr. Kazim, my first question is for you. So I'm a career intelligence officer, but as a general, you're meant to be a generalist, you take a broad perspective. But as a member of the intelligence community, fundamentally you want to understand the fabric of the nation and where you're deploying and help those senior decision leaders understand that. That's one of the biggest challenges we have. What did we misunderstand about the Afghan people? Because you've been deeply involved in the narratives, the stories, the work that you've done. Help us understand what did we miss about that, and what's maybe a framework we should think about going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll reflect on mostly the interviews that I've done, key intelligence officers of the NDS, of the National Director of Security of Afghanistan, and what they've shared with me in general. I think something that sticks with me is I recently was overseas in the United Arab Emirates, and I met with several, I interviewed several people who were commanders of the jihad, so before 9/11. And I think those interviews stay with me, especially as life histories, because if we talk about blame, there's a part of the blame that's put on former commanders, the jihadi commanders, who ended up staying and being part of the government, and understanding their life histories, understanding where they sacrificed, but where they also were not recognized and where they also made mistakes. And so I ask some of them at the end, and mostly, what are your deepest regrets? And I think the answers to some of those are very important and very telling, because this is just one group that we didn't understand well enough and we empowered. We, the US government, the US military, didn't understand their life histories, didn't understand their contributions, their significance, but also their deficiencies in being part of the future government, and the power plays that they knew how to do and how that would affect the future government. Because if we look at all the problems of the Republic, it was also a disconnect between leaders of various periods. And I think that history wasn't recognized when the original operations, special forces that went in October of 2021, and then the operations that were started. I've interviewed people who were central to those groups and who received the first Americans coming into Afghanistan to start the planning of the attacks on the Taliban. They've explained to me the moments that Americans arrived, what they asked, what they knew, what they didn't know, how these Afghans felt, and those moments are very telling. And there is a deep lack of understanding of what the deficiencies of those individuals and what the needs were of those individuals at that time. May I respond to a previous question? Is that possible, or should we move on?
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just going to mention something. Because I've interviewed some of the top generals, the U.S. generals, so far in my oral histories, I think there was a big communications and disconnect between Washington and Kabul, and the U.S. generals do an amazing job of describing the moments that mattered to them. And several ambassadors and U.S. ambassadors to Afghanistan and U.S. generals who were prominent in Afghanistan talk about these two letters, the P and the M, P being political and M being military. And they talk about moments where the P was capitalized or the M was capitalized. And when big P mattered and little m mattered, or vice versa, when big M mattered and little p. And there seems to be a disconnect of, not clear where that designation of big P or big M came in. So that was important. And then one example that they gave on Pakistan was the lack of border presence. This is to the second question. The lack of border patrolling, a lack of understanding that a border force was essential in order to keep this, the insurgents out. And many generals expressed to me that they went to DC at different times and presented on the problems with Pakistan, and they weren't listened to. So I found those moments very important and very telling. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, you have a couple minutes left. I'm going to give you your time if you, please.
Yeah, I do have a follow-on question. Is we've had the conversation, this is really for Dr. Albion and principally for the ambassador. We talked about complexity. I think of this as kind of the different segments of the policy and all the things, all the facets. It's like solving a Rubik's Cube, but somebody walks in and goes, "I've solved the green part," but they're totally oblivious to red, orange, the other sections of it. And one of your comments that struck with me was the evolution of your thought on lessons learned over time. And so my question is, because we look at Ukraine into China, we look at Vietnam into Afghanistan, what are the pitfalls as we think about how we pull lessons out? There's the old Mark Twain quote that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But there's a risk also in things that we bring forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true, and I don't know that there's a short answer to that, or maybe a total one. I mean, one of the great successes of the first Bush administration in the Iraq War was drawing on a lesson of Vietnam and of Korea of no mission creep. But no mission creep left you Saddam Hussein in 10 years of containment. So there is no golden answer. I think lessons learned are hugely useful if they are used as a kind of contrast and compare. They are not lessons if they are not useful if you try to use them as cookie cutters. And so give you one example. In Afghanistan, you often had people who had served in Iraq. If they used Iraqi experience, I mean, my observation, if they used Iraqi experience as sort of, it was this way, how is it here? It could be a catapult to learning faster. If they used it as, this is the way we did it in Iraq, and we should do it that way here, it was an obstacle. So in either case, you had a lesson, but then what do you do with it?
Dr. Albion,
Yeah, Dr. Albion, I want to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, I think what the ambassador said makes a lot of sense, and it's this point that of not fighting the same war, right? Again, and so I think that's the importance of drawing lessons that are not just applicable to the past, but actually thinking about the present. Actually, lessons that can be applied to new circumstances. How even today, how could they be directly relevant to what's going on today? With an eye to the future, we don't know what the future is going to hold, so that's especially difficult. But I think just getting out of this idea of lessons learned that are only applicable to a past situation. And I think if your report and your history and your investigation is comprehensive and thorough, then lessons learned will be drawn by others as well, not just what you decide to draw out, but others can come back and with new situations and say, well, what can we learn from this incredibly comprehensive report? So I think there's a job for you to do, but also recognizing that Again, if if your report is really authoritative, then you are providing a history there that others can take from.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Commissioner Ryan Crocker. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and my thanks to our witnesses for giving this commission a very useful public launch. I'd like to recognize two of our distinguished guests here today, Ambassador Patterson and Ambassador Rafel. And I would like to say what a privilege it is to be here at the VFW headquarters. One of the great honors of my life was to, as a civilian, having received the VFW's Eisenhower Award. The witnesses have made clear what I think we already knew, but they have underscored the magnitude of the task before this commission, its enormous complexity, its range. And with that task comes also enormous obligations on this commission and all of its commissioners. We have an obligation to the American people. We have a special obligation to the veterans, the hundreds of thousands who served in uniform in Afghanistan. We have an obligation to the civilians under Chief of Mission Authority who served in the thousands, as well as civilians who served in other capacities. We have a special obligation that we can never meet to those who did not return, to those killed in Afghanistan. I stood at many of their ramp ceremonies at Bagram. I'm associated now with the Gold Star Family Association in the Inland Northwest. For them, that war will never be over. We have an obligation to those who are Afghan allies who serve bravely with us. Every week at International Security Assistance Force headquarters, there was a ceremony to memorialize those who had been killed the previous week. Every single week, the name or names of American killed in action were read by an American officer. Less frequently, coalition officers would read the names of their dead. The last speaker was always an Afghan officer. He didn't read names. He just said a number. 110, 126, 85. Those are the number of Afghan security forces personnel killed that week. So the notion that Afghans were not willing and ready to die for their country is frankly obscene. We owe our efforts to other Afghan allies, those who served with our forces and at our embassy. The special immigrant visa eligible individuals who we left behind by their tens of thousands. I think Dr. Albion framed it nicely in her conversation on the 9/11 Commission. In a very real sense, we are the successor to the 9/11 Commission. The 9/11 Commission examined how 9/11 happened and the steps we should take to address it. We are looking at a vast span of time to tell the story of what happened next. And that will be a long and complex story. And as my colleagues have already said, and the witnesses, we owe that to the future generations because, as Ambassador Newman has pointed out, we will do this again. So I have several questions. First, for Ambassador Newman, you spoke of strategic patience, I would term it, both in the individual level, longer tours, particularly by senior officers, military and civilian, but also national strategic patience. Korea, Japan, a 20 or 30-year span. We have enormous qualities as Americans, but quite frankly, strategic patience is not one of them. Based on your experience, your observations, what would you suggest we focus on in terms of future recommendations? Many of us have experienced Iraq as well as Afghanistan. You allude to the first Gulf War, which followed a very different trajectory. Our national absence of strategic patience, to what extent should that be a factor in early decision-making?
Ambassador Crocker, I think that's an excellent question because the fact is you're right, we're not good at strategic patience. We can live a long time without doing anything about an issue. We can decide to do something about it. We can almost never decide not to do something. I think, I was thinking about that issue actually walking up from the metro this morning. I think this is a very tentative answer, but one thing is to recognize that we probably cannot succeed in many of our large objectives over the time we're going to give to them, which would mean that you would have to have the honesty and the realism to say to the American people early on that your goals are going to be much more limited. You're not going to clean it up. You're not going to leave, you may decide you're not going to leave a stable situation behind you. Or you may decide that because it's unstable, you're going to leave something where you're backing a force. But that'll be situationally dependent. But we have, in my experience, and your experience is even vaster, very little political willingness to give nuanced answers that are really messy. Because they're so easy to attack. I mean, you know, it's easy to attack with a club, and it's hard to defend with feeble gray nuance. But if you can't have strategic patience, then you have to have lesser goals. The other alternative is to say to be more honest with Americans about the potential of failure. I've often thought that in aid projects, if we talked about the likelihood of failure and explained in advance that we expected a certain measure of failure and how we were proposed to learn from failure, we might be able to utilize it. But since we don't, if you say that later, then it's an excuse. It has no credibility. You know, might as well try dribbling your basketball on the freeway. But you might be able to explain in advance the chance of, not just that a problem is difficult, we say that all the time. Difficult means parts of this are going to fail. And we're going to have to come back to you with honesty to talk about which parts are failures and what we're going to do about it. That's not the way we handle our discourse. I don't know if it is possible politically, but I think either we have to have that kind of discourse or we have to have the willingness to recognize that we lack patience and set lower goals, because I agree with you, we're not likely to find the patience.
Madam Chairwoman, I have reached my time limit. Would I have the latitude to ask one quick question of Dr. Kazem?
Absolutely.
First, I'm very pleased that we have two historians for this first panel. The sweep of history is essential to an understanding of the present and any hope for making sensible recommendations of the future. History has many aspects. Your oral histories, Dr. Kazem, I find a huge contribution to an understanding of Afghan and American perspectives. Do you know if anyone has done or attempted to do oral histories, say, of Pakistanis, and their perspectives on the war in Afghanistan?
I don't know of anyone. Mostly, I think I would know if someone was doing that, because usually the oral historian community is very small, and I don't know of any project, but I think that's a very good idea.
A great opportunity for your next PhD candidate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Crocker. I would like to recognize Commissioner Dan Feda. You have 7 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Co-chairs and fellow commissioners, it's an honor to be here with you today at the Afghan War Commission's first public hearing. Thank you to our witnesses who have agreed to join us today. As our co-chair said, this commission was established a few years ago as part of the FY22 National Defense Authorization Act. It took some time to assemble the commissioners and to get our budget, but here we are. As all the commissioners have said ahead of time, it is a heavy task that we have, and I'm honored to be part of this commission. Thank you to Congress for establishing it as well. The impact of 20 years of war in Afghanistan are still being felt around the world and here in the United States. I'm honored to have been appointed by Senate Foreign Relations Committee Ranking Member Senator Jim Risch of Idaho, so I can be part of this historic endeavor to be able to do my part to bring some context, clarity, and closure to our fellow Americans, both who served and those who supported the many that served. Like our fellow commissioners, I too have history working with the war, having worked Afghanistan issues through a variety of governmental, non-governmental, and private sector capacities from 2002 to 2015. I was one of the senior DoD leaders who worked with our NATO allies to make the case why we needed to work and fight together in Afghanistan. America's allies and partners were critical in being able to hold the ground in Afghanistan. As a commission, it is important that we look at what roles the allies played in helping to shape the war strategy and whether allied contributions were sufficiently managed and coordinated. With the world increasingly becoming more and more dangerous, understanding what lessons can be drawn, as Ambassador Newman has walked us down a path, from Allied participation in Afghanistan for future coalition warfare will be vital in the development of strategic plans and operational readiness. For a long time, Afghanistan was the underfunded war. Lots was done by contractors, our forces, our allies, and the Afghan National Security Forces to help bring peace and stability to Afghanistan. Training the ANSF to assume the majority of security operations in that country was the Allies' exit plan. I can tell you for a fact that was the Allies' exit plan. As a commissioner, I intend to offer some insights and perspectives on this important undertaking, but I also want to examine and understand why our efforts in this regard failed to be realized. What prevented the ANSF from being able to take control of defending their country? We did more than a decade's worth of formal training and assistance, yet the ANSF failed to hold and crumbled quickly nearly 3 years ago. Ultimately, we have to ask ourselves whether the U.S. and Allied exit plan truly was ever achievable. More broadly, the Commission needs to ask and probe as to whether certain actions and decisions during the past 20 years of war in Afghanistan could have altered the outcome positively. I know our co-chairs have set out a robust agenda for us to do that, and I look forward with my fellow commissioners in digging in. We must have an honest examination and discussion about what needs to be done differently in a future scenario to avoid the same outcome we faced in Afghanistan. Many Americans don't question why we went to Afghanistan, but many don't understand why we stayed so long. Our charge here is to help our fellow citizens process the war and to help bring some closure to those in this nation. I spent a lot of time lecturing to undergrad students around the United States, and nearly every class tells me America should be out of the democracy promotion business. We don't do it well, they tell me. We don't know what it feels like to win. And they hold up Afghanistan as the example. We cannot remain the beacon to the world if we cannot honestly get to the core of what went right and wrong in the Afghanistan war. As I look across the commissioners' table, I'm humbled by who is here, what they accomplished, as well as what they have sacrificed for their countrymen and the Afghan people. I'm appreciative of the approach our co-chairs have adopted in ensuring politics do not enter into the work we are undertaking and will accomplish during the work of this commission. I hope we can truly provide answers for the American people, offer some lessons learned, and make recommendations for how to improve our efforts in a future conflict. Thank you to Congress for giving us this responsibility. Thank you to our co-chairs for leading us, and thank you to those who served and sacrificed to ensure another 9/11 style attack has never happened again. And with that, I close my opening statement, and to the witnesses, I would just like to say thank you all for being here. I appreciate all the insights of which you are providing, and certainly Ambassador Newman, the time that you've spent downrange, and also Ambassador Crocker and Ambassador Patterson as well, old colleagues and friends. Dr. Kazem, I applaud you for what you're doing and the passion that you bring to this. We desperately need voices captured. I have a colleague at CSIS where Dr. Jones and I spend time, who just last week said, storytelling changes stories, and stories change lives. And I think what you're able to capture and the stories and the narratives that are being told are absolutely essential in order to make sure the people of Afghanistan and those that served and sacrificed have their voices heard and understand the context behind that. So thank you. For Ambassador Newman, I agree with you. Too many policy strategy reviews. We had 7 commanders of ISAF between 2006 and 2014. 7. Each of them did their own review. So not only you had the political reviews back home, but you had the military reviews. I'm not saying reviews aren't necessary, but I'm saying there wasn't any continuity, right, when each commander came in. And so my question for you, Ambassador Newman, you just talked about the importance of honesty and accountability. I am curious if we can just shift it slightly when it comes to democracy promotion and what I'm hearing from the youth. And arguably, not having closure on this issue of Afghanistan is affecting America's ability to, or America's willingness to want to promote democracy and freedom abroad. What are the lessons learned and observed and should be applied when we look at Afghanistan democracy promotion? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Vada. I, by the way, get the same question often from students, and part of my first response to that is, look, making democracy was never a primary goal. It was an instrument of, the part of the goal was how do you build a government you can walk away from. And so then you have to say, well, if you don't like that, what did you like instead? The Mujahideen years of blood. I think democracy is unfortunately going to have a continuing applicability to stability, although we may not often get there. But I think we have a very poor track record of understanding what it takes to build democracy. Now, I find that the organizations like IRI and NDI that are dedicated to democracy building have a much longer range, incremental, sort of generational view of what needs to be done. Human rights organizations are much more about you should not do X today. And the U.S. government has shown overwhelmingly a propensity to want to rush the issue in a way that it cannot be rushed, and to build democracy from the top down, which is remarkably unsuccessful. And it reinforces the negative. So especially when you have issues of security. So I don't think one can deal or should deal with the question broadly. I think one's going to have to deal with it in some detail. Just two quick things. Afghanistan, we selected quite possibly the worst possible basis for parliamentary election, with a single non-transferable vote by provinces, which was an incredible invitation to fraud in a country peopled by very creative people. To win the presidency, you had to have industrial level fraud, but to win a parliamentary seat, you might have very minor fraud of a few hundred votes in a process which was not transparent. I found that these are all subjective observations, but mine is that if you talk to Afghans, I'm generalizing, about democracy, they had a lot of reservations. If you talked about fair elections, that was a different answer. And then you had to deal with issues of communities. So in the first parliamentary election, when the internationals still had a role, we could take people off, it was UN-led, we could take people off the ballot for war crimes and for having illegal militias. Well, the first half was useless because there had been no judicial process, so there was no basis. You had lots of common belief, but you had no basis you could point at to say this is a crime. The militias you could know, and people were removed. But in cases you found, if that was the only candidate of a particular tribe on the provincial ballot, then the reaction was, wait a minute, you're acting politically against my tribe, not you're applying the rules for which Americans, by the way, have enormous respect and absolute mystification that other cultures that haven't lived with 30 years might feel differently about them. So all I'm trying to get at with that too long an answer for our time, is that this has to be done very carefully, that when we have, at least don't rush to elections. I think that was a disaster in Iraq. It kept the Sunnis decided to stay out and recognized within 6 months that it was a mistake, 3 months that it was a mistake. In Afghanistan, as security got worse, it drove people back on support for leaders who had sometimes very bloody command or pass. But if that's where you get security, You go back. That wasn't locked in. The first parliamentary election, one of the startling things we saw was that these various leaders had much less support than we had anticipated. Mohaqiq got very few deputies, and others. But as security conditions worsened, it drove people back on people who could support them. And so that we didn't do what was necessary at how much could be done is a realistic question, but we never had the district elections that were part of the Constitution. So it's going to have to be, I'm sorry, it's a very long answer. Too long, I apologize, but it's going to have to be dealt with in a lot of detail and not in broad strokes.
Thank you, Ambassador Newman. And the comparative analysis with Iraq and Afghanistan is extremely helpful. We are at time. I'd like to turn to and recognize Commissioner Luke Hardig.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It's a great honor to be here. I'm deeply appreciative to Congress for creating this commission. I'm deeply appreciative to my fellow commissioners. We've been meeting now for a year, and the seriousness of the discussion, the willingness to search for what's right, for the truth, to put politics to the side is the highest ideals, I think, of what Congress sought when they created this commission. I'm touched by the very poignant comments that my fellow commissioners have made about the solemn duty that we have to our service members who lost their lives and those who came home, to our frontline civilians, to the American people more broadly, to our Afghan friends and allies. It's powerful, and it reminds us of why we're here doing this work. This was a conflict that was often referred to as the Forever War. And with that comes a lot of associations, both for what it meant on the ground, but also what it meant for our democracy. And I think we're grappling with a lot of that still. I think even a lot of the current reduced trust we see in our institutions can be traced back in some way to the concept of a forever war. And so it's important that we get this work right to understand what happened in Afghanistan, but also to rationalize it within our broader society. We have an excellent panel of witnesses here today. I'm so grateful to everybody for your incredible work and for taking the time to appear with us. I think going forward, I think there's a few things that we got to get right. We certainly have to paint a comprehensive narrative, and I'm so grateful that Dr. Kazem, for example, and Dr. Albion and others have emphasized the importance of that really 360 narrative of what happened. I think we also have to be very clear about what are the things that are truly, the temptation is to focus on the technical challenges. What didn't we get right? If the troop surge had been longer, if we'd done this better, would we have been successful? And I'm very interested in what were the adaptive challenges that went beyond those technical challenges that were maybe a failure to think about it in the right way and to set realistic goals. And finally, I'm overcome by just a sense of humility. We are a commission of 16 commissioners, 40-ish or so staff, right? It's a substantial effort, and yet this war went on for 20 years and involved so many different people from various countries, and we should be humble about what role we play. And we should be thinking about this as setting a stage and a foundation for others to inquire about the war and to reach their own conclusions based off of their experiences and perspectives. So it's with that in mind that I actually want to put my first question to Dr. Albion. You spoke very well in your opening statement about how you've thought about your work as a historian and setting your work up for future scholars to assess it. I wonder, as you look at our mandate, our writ, which is certainly different by the nature of the challenge that we're examining from 9/11, how you would think about doing that. What would be the types of things you would encourage us to do so that our work is optimally set up as a foundation for not just a good narrative from us, but for future scholars to assess it in their own way?
Well, I would think the most important thing for that would actually be making I would hope that there are a lot of footnotes in your report. From a historian's point of view, being able to see, where this piece of information came from, where that comment came from is so essential. even if those supporting documents and interviews aren't available yet. That certainly was the case with the 9/11 Commission, but there was a very large effort after the commission ended to actually put all that research together, and it's all in the National Archives. Some of it won't be available for many, many years, but it is being released gradually, and that is gold for historians, to be able to go back to the sources and to have everything sourced as carefully and as comprehensively as possible. That is essential. And I think, not just for historians, for anybody reading that account, I know this is just me, but I pick up a book, and if it's got footnotes, I take it seriously in a way that I don't necessarily with other books. So I think that is really essential. But I think you've got such a gigantic task. 20 years, you're not going to be able to cover everything. I think that's just needs to be said. There are certain things that I think one of our commissioners put it very carefully. You need to answer those big questions, which frankly your readers most people need to know. Why did the war go on for so long? I think that's absolutely necessary so that people coming away from that get a sense of why it happened. But I think you may be able to at least provide some information that will allow future historians and scholars to take areas which you haven't developed so much and develop them further in very specific directions. So maybe there are niche issues or something like that you won't be able to go into in the depth that you might want to if you had more time. But you can at least hint to this is an area that needs more that needs more development, but provide some of the questions and the framework for that. So I think you have to be very clear in what you're actually doing and what you're not doing. It's for future scholars to take that forward.
That's one more question. I'm going to go to Dr. Naduri on the screen, Mr. Naduri on the screen. Very much appreciate your opening statement as well. You were quite critical of the Doha Agreement and all that came out of that, and you noted that we should have explored other paths that wouldn't have undermined our Afghan partners. I'd love for you to just elaborate a little bit on that. What would that have looked like in your mind that we should have done there?
Well, thank you very much. Quickly, few points there. The first one, that as the mission was for the entire process of reconciliation was announced, it was the idea to get the two parties that were fighting with each other, specifically post-2016, which majority of Afghan fights were carried out by the Afghan forces and the Taliban to sit together. The role of the United States was first, as Secretary Pompeo at that time said, was to get the two sides to reconcile. Quickly, that path were abandoned, and it became a one-sided, narrowed objective of withdrawing the forces. Now, Afghans could understand that the United States can make a decision and want to make a decision to withdraw the forces. There were two elements that were missing. First, there were no discussion with the Afghan partners to see what are the alternative ways to withdraw the forces. Is it only to negotiate with the Talib with the singular objective of extracting the forces as it become that singular objective, or there were other ways that you could extract the forces without talking with the Taliban? And as I said before, a safe and secure withdrawal was possible within the tools and instruments that created by the United States itself within the 20 years of war. And it could have enabled the United States forces to withdraw both from the places that were had a degree of difficulties in terms of being at the heated front, and there was the Helmand Shorab Air Base and the Kandahar, but the rest were in Bagram and in Kabul, that they could be protected. And there were lessons, some of them negatively, that could be rectified from the USSR withdrawal from Afghanistan, but some of them there were local agreements that were made that made possible safe and secure extraction of the forces at the time. But at this moment, in 2018, 2019, 2021, there were 300,000 Afghan forces. Some, yeah, there was risk that green on blue could have happened, but there was also over 50,000 special operation forces trained by the United States, worked and fought together so closely, and they were mostly trusted by their comrades in the U.S. Special forces and U.S. Soldiers and officers. Plus that the exact number of over 40,000 additional paramilitary forces that were trained, that were recruited, vetted, trained by the agency and other entities of the United States military forces, that they could provide the needed security for withdrawal. And then, especially once engaged for the objective of peace, and halfway through, it was clear that the Taliban was not willing to make commitments clearly on paper on some of the secondary objectives of the process, which was the peace. Then that moment, the process could have been halted, the leverage could have been used of the US forces on ground, and then the extraction could have been, or the withdrawal of the forces could have been made in a different way, rather than giving the credibility and the slogan to the Taliban that they have defeated the United States, and therefore they have facilitated the United States leaving the forces. But also, there were commanders of the Taliban on ground that they were celebrating if there was a decision to withdraw, even without an agreement with them. So they would have made possible also to not attack. There was, yes, some of these are assumptions, but some of these are based on hard evidence and intelligence that at the time that we were reviewing. So not enough time was spent to discuss with the local partner, with the Afghan government, to find out other possibilities of the withdrawal. One key element there was that there was an absence of transparency in frankly telling the Afghan government that we're leaving and this is the singular objective. And once that happened later in the process, not at the beginning of it, and therefore the conversation was not that much focused on what could be done differently instead of just a narrow focus in Doha and negotiating with the Taliban.
Would you permit me just a very tiny comment? There was an alternative. And you asked about alternative. The negotiation could have been with the Afghan government about how we're going to leave and what we're going to leave behind and how we're going to strengthen them. That would have recognized that the war was likely to go on. We were not going to leave a peace. It would have also left the Afghan government responsible for the conduct of relations and the war afterwards. That was not we never had that choice, but we could have.
So I want to thank Mr. Nadhiri for your comments, and Ambassador Newman as well. It just reflects the richness of that particular topic, which we will return to in great detail and depth. And thank you. We're at time. I'd like to now recognize remotely joining us is Commissioner Andrew Wilder. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Shamila. I'd like to begin by saying what a privilege it is to serve with my distinguished colleagues on this commission. And as they have already noted, it's an extremely daunting task we've been assigned, but also one that I believe is incredibly important. And as others have noted, for me, it's also a very personal one, as it was in July 1986, nearly 38 years ago this week, that I arrived in Pakistan's Baluchistan province, bordering Afghanistan, to start work for an American NGO providing humanitarian assistance to Afghans. I spent most of the next 4 decades working in or on Afghanistan as a humanitarian aid worker, then as a researcher and academic, and since 2010, trying to reduce conflict and support, ultimately unsuccessfully, to achieve a sustainable peace settlement in Afghanistan. Like many friends of Afghanistan, I'm discouraged to see the country where it is today after all the efforts and sacrifices of so many to build a better Afghanistan. I agreed to serve as a commissioner in the sincere hope that a critical examination of successes and failures in Afghanistan will lead to lessons being learned and not simply observed, and that future policies, implementations, and outcomes will be improved as a result. I'd like to thank the witnesses for taking time to join us today and for your insightful and informative testimonies. I have many questions, but I'll direct 2 related questions to Mr. Nader Naderi, who I've had the privilege of knowing and benefiting from his insights and expertise for more than 2 decades. First, Ambassador Newman, in his testimony, highlighted the challenges the U.S. had in working with the Afghan government, and that the U.S.'s default reaction when faced with local partner problems was to try to develop our own policy and convince locals to accept it, or simply to do it ourselves, or, he noted, in some cases, we tried to replace leaders we didn't like. Your testimony noted that both Presidents Karzai and Ghani started off as close allies of the U.S., but over time, distrust and divisions grew. You worked closely with both Afghan presidents. What do you think were the main contributing factors to the sharp deterioration in relations between the U.S. and Karzai and later Ghani? And what lessons do you think can be learned from these? And then let me ask the second related question now, which is that you mentioned in your testimony that there were missed opportunities due to short-term military objectives being prioritized over longer-term governance objectives. To what extent was that a factor exacerbating tensions between the U.S. and Afghan leaders? And what were some of the other important consequences of the tensions between military and political objectives? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Very great to see you. On Karzai, I would divide it in at least 4 areas where it have contributed to that sense of distrust. First and primarily, it began with the civilian casualty, and that specifically because it was happening at the heart of President Karzai's own constituency, Kandahar, Uruzgan, and Helmand, and therefore it was this tension between a military objective that the military forces were carrying out and his own political objective in there. The second one was basically the media leaks about the disagreements that he had with the U.S. Officials, especially on ground. And once these reports, coupled with the reports about his brother's involvement in abuses of power and corruption, began to surface, and that also he found it unbelievable of this level of negative stories and coverage in media, in compared to what he was celebrated for the first few years in the media as the best guy and all of that positive coverage of him. So that it created this sense of conspiracy that he would believe that I was that great guy, why I'm now this bad guy that all the time the media is talking. And also this lack of understanding of how the media landscape works in the United States. So this belief that media is an entity or associated of the government, if not directly, but through the leaks, it was feeding into this sense of distrust. And the last one, which made him very much convinced that there is a high degree of distrust, is the way late Ambassador Richard Holbrooke carried out his mission, and going publicly, showing his dislike of, stating about his dislike of the sitting president who is running again for office, and during the elections, the dispute and disagreement there. And that have become the foundation for further disagreement. But what he and Ghani shared for a long time was this sense of inaction against Pakistan, where they believed that the sanctuaries do exist in Pakistan. There's known intelligence of U.S. Agencies itself, but also Afghan agencies, but United States is not getting tough and does not carry operations against the Afghan Taliban in Pakistan. With Ghani, he began by meeting the very junior U.S. officials himself, visiting junior diplomats visiting Afghanistan. He would meet them himself. I once asked him why he's meeting junior diplomats that does not require his time. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs need to deal with that. And he was like in a belief that he needs to mend relation with the United States that was damaged during President Karzai. And so he was invested, as he was calling so much proudly, this foundational partnership. But then his lack of understanding and exaggerated level of knowledge that he was believing that he is informed about how U.S. system operates. And based on that, he had this sense of confidence that he would mend any relation that are in Washington. So he was kind of believing himself or over-believing himself, and then was feeding misinformation. And then especially what changed him was once the peace process began, he was continuously feeling sidelined with that, and he was fearing that there is no transparency, and based on that lack of transparency, he is being given this difficult situation that he would lose power. So his overconfidence on himself and relying on just one person to deal with everybody in the United States and change the course was a key factor. When he realized he can't do that, then that also made him very much distrusting. So that lack of transparency that he was expecting, that was not there. And it was because U.S. was fearing some of the diplomats, if you share everything with him, he's going to use it against. So that inability. And the last point I would say is this personal ego, I would say, on both sides, overtaken the mission of those who were tasked to manage these difficult relations, but also the mandate of a leader who was responsible for his own nation. That personal ego and personal aspect of those in charge have been very much at display in both of these individuals and the relation with the U.S. But leading to your second question on the issue of this conflict between political and military issues, have had a significant role, especially in the first president, but also on the second one, because they were insist on certain approaches of the military operations. For example, certain strong men on the ground were, for example, in Kandahar, were supported, backed, and provided for against the will or expectation of the sitting president in Kabul. The military was insisting on that. The political arm of the U.S., which is mostly the U.S. Embassy, was not pressing a change according to a consultative process or frank conversation with the leaders of the country to see what is good or what is bad for institution building and for stability in Afghanistan. So that conflict always contributed to this difficult relation between the United States and these presidents.
Thank you, Mr. Nadhiri. We are at time, and I would like to now recognize Commissioner Seth Jones. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to first by actually thanking Congress for setting this commission up and doing it in a fashion that I think it is very important for Americans to understand that it was done in a bipartisan fashion. Both Republicans and Democrats got an equal number of votes in who was a commissioner. And what that means, I think, is that this commission is bipartisan in its nature. But I think even in the work that the commission has been doing so far, it's also importantly nonpartisan. And that is the work that has already started, the research, analysis, interviews, is committed to understanding key decisions and other aspects of what happened. So I think the bipartisan and even the nonpartisan component of this make it very important. And my hope, and I think the hope of all the commissioners involved and the members that appointed them, is that what results from this is a trustworthy document. In addition, I want to also emphasize the important aspect of the Commission's work in helping develop a series of lessons, not just identified, but hopefully learned, and recommendations for the way forward. I think as I look at this, there will be times ahead. If we look at the last 20 years, Somalia, Haiti, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, the Balkans, there will be times ahead where the U.S. government and its allies and partners have to make decisions. Should there be an intervention? If not, then not. If so, how? And this commission can help inform, at least based on the Afghan experience, what primary issues to think about. I, as many of my fellow commissioners have done the same, I have helped bury friends, U.S. soldiers, Afghans that I have served with, and NATO soldiers that I have served with that have sacrificed their lives as mothers or fathers, as sons or daughters, and this commission has much to be thankful for those that served. Let me just turn to questions. I have my first question is directed both at Ambassador Newman and to Dr. Kazem. And it picks up on the two of the items that were in Ambassador Newman's testimony. And I'm wondering, as we look at policy choices that were done, I mean, this commission will look in part at decisions. Policy choices are all about choosing between options, in many cases suboptimal options. So there are three items. I'm curious if you could spend a little bit more time unpacking what were alternatives. And I realize these are very difficult questions to answer. You mentioned one was length of tours. I'm curious from your standpoint what, reasonably speaking, your thoughts are on alternatives. And I think, Ambassador Newman, from you, it's an important question for you because you're not sitting here as a general officer involved, you're sitting here as an ambassador, but with a very important perspective on that, and an outsider in that sense. The second is sanctuary, which you mentioned. What were alternatives for dealing with a sanctuary? We had, as you mentioned in your testimony, similar issues in the Vietnam context as well. So what were alternatives in dealing with a sanctuary, particularly in Pakistan? And then third, which you didn't mention, but I'm sort of interested, is size of the footprint, which there were various debates about whether the U.S. footprint should be small, which is the way it started, or grow. You did mention the surge. I was there in Afghanistan during the surge. So on length, sanctuary, footprint, and I'm interested in, Dr. Kazem, to what degree those issues have come up, and you've heard in terms of voices of what were other options available. So I'll start with Ambassador Newman.
Wow. Length of tour, I think one needs to step back and say, what is it you're trying to achieve? What you're trying to achieve is to build a learning organization that begins to understand at least enough about the leaders and the country so that policy is shaped by that knowledge. There's a very interesting book that I hope some of you will take a look at by Dr. Lise Mirage Howard at Georgetown about comparatively successful UN operations, and she does a comparative study of those. And one of the that really stands out to me is the need to build a learning organization. So then how do you adjust that to reality? Well, I would suggest that on the length, you can't have everybody staying forever, but the senior commands need to have much more longevity. I would suggest on the military side that it would have made sense to plant a flag, to move either a divisional or even a corps headquarters, depending on the size of your operation, so that you had a continuity of the headquarters. You might change commanders, you will certainly change out units, but you have much greater continuity of plan than the process we had, where you had a new division coming in every year, having spent half a year making its own campaign plan. So, but I would look at how do you create within whatever is realistic a learning organization that both learns and that transmits knowledge. And we don't do that very well.
I also recognize that we're getting close to time, so you don't have to answer all the questions here.
Really quickly on sanctuaries, simply to put pressure on Pakistan sufficient to have done something about the sanctuaries would probably have required us to be willing to move almost to the edge of breaking relations and the collapse of the state. Pakistan has a long, long history of resisting U.S. pressures, doing just enough to get us off their back, and then going back. And so we had tried pressure under McGaster. We never had an understanding of how hard that was going to be. The alternative is to understand it's going to be like Sri Lanka. It's going to be a 30-year war. And then footprint, huge question, and different at different times. A little larger footprint early on, and a lot more support for institution building, I think could have paid considerable dividends. Then you have and then you get into huge issues of, the footprint's too large and it makes things horrible, but the alternative is to lose the war. And I'll quit there.
Thank you. We're at time. I would like to recognize Commissioner Chris Molino. Please.
Thanks very much. I want to start by thanking the leadership of the VFW for hosting us and your warm reception this morning. I can't think of a more appropriate venue for this important inaugural event, so thank you to you. In 2.5 weeks, too few Americans will remember the 13-year anniversary of the deadliest incident for American forces during the Afghan War. August 6, 2011, a U.S. helicopter, call sign extortion 17, was shot down by the Taliban, resulting in the deaths of 30 U.S. service members, 17 Navy SEALs, 7 Night Stalkers, 7 Afghan commandos, and 1 Afghan interpreter. The price of freedom is crushing, and I'm grateful to contribute to the solemn goal of learning from our 20-year war and ensuring that we do not repeat our past mistakes. 3 consecutive generations of Molinos have served in uniform, totaling more than 159 months of combat service, 2 Purple Hearts. My brother's still on active duty today, continuing 118 years of active military service in just 2 generations of my family. The consequences of this commission's endeavor are deeply personal for me, not only as a Molino, but as an American. So my first question goes to Dr. Albion. I'm grateful for your role with the 9/11 Commission and your familiarity with the recommendation to establish the DNI. My question is about the intended role of the DNI versus the current construct. Originally intended to centralize intelligence efforts and to improve coordination across various intel agencies, the DNI structure, not necessarily the person, is often cited as a duplication of efforts with existing agencies and risks political influence, the individual risks political influence, which results in stovepiping within the IC. So do the intel failures throughout the war in Afghanistan reveal structural issues? Underestimation of the Taliban resistance, misjudgment of the Afghan government's stability, inaccurate assessments of Afghan security forces, misinterpretation of the Taliban peace negotiations, and inaccurate predictions of the Taliban's advance are all things that kind of shape my academic sort of struggle with what was intended versus what we have today. So over to you.
I think you're asking something that is beyond my purview. I am no expert on on the Afghan war, and I won't pretend to be. So I don't think I'm in a position to authoritatively answer your question. And I think this is part of what you need to investigate. I can only say that, you know, there obviously, as you say, there's a difference between recommending something and then implementing it, and then actually does it turn out to serve the purpose that you intended it to do. And I guess I would say that that job is one that needs to be done probably by Congress. The DNI was part of, establishing the DNI was part of the intelligence reform bill, and I'm not sure if this is the case, but I would hope that some monitoring of that would be part of the legislation. So I cannot speak to, I'm afraid, that the degree to which that implementation has done what it was supposed to do, and certainly with respect to Afghanistan. But I think that that is a valid question to make sure that recommendations of that kind actually do what they're supposed to do.
No, I appreciate the response. As I look at the original funding and numbers that went toward the DNI and the growth that's occurred over the years, and then again the things that we point to and the criticism that we read about the intelligence community throughout the Afghan conflict, I do agree that it's an important thing to unpack, and I'm grateful, you know, again for your work in documenting the history of it and your participation in the recommendation. I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Dipali Mukhopadhyay. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the VFW, to the co-chairs, our staff, and my fellow commissioners, and especially to our witnesses and everyone who is tuning in. I made my first trip to Afghanistan in 2004 as a graduate student and returned regularly over the next 17 years. My last visit was in the summer of 2021, just weeks before the collapse of the Afghan Republic. Having devoted my adult life to studying this remarkable country and its people, it was an enormous privilege to be asked by Senator Jack Reed to serve on this commission. I'm a professor in my day job, and I have taught many brilliant Afghan students, American veterans, journalists, aid workers, diplomats, and all of them gave and gained and lost much over the last 2 decades. So I take it as a sacred obligation to remember and reflect the lessons they have taught me here. As importantly, I believe this commission owes the American people and the Afghan people an honest, detailed, and legible account of a war that shaped our 2 nations and many more in such profound terms. Afghanistan is an extraordinary country, so full of paradoxes and complexities, and I hope to be occupied by many of those for years to come as a scholar. It has been the great gift of my life to be a student in and of that place, and I am so grateful to be able to translate that commitment into our collective effort to understand America's longest war and consider, as Shamila said, how we might learn to be and do better in the future. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Nadari on Zoom. Nadari Saib, it's good to see you. Wish it was in person. You point to a number of the remarkable changes that Afghans experienced over the last 2 decades, and your own career as an activist and an advocate and a senior official reflect many of them. I think you also importantly highlight the suffering of many on account of the often brutal war on terror. I wonder if you can reflect for us today a bit more on the choices made by the Afghan Republic's leadership that contributed to its ultimate collapse. Some of those choices were the product of constraints imposed by the United States and its allies, and our commission will grapple a great deal with that. But how do you think the commission should reflect on Afghan political agency and decision-making in our review?
Thank you very much, Dipali, for the very important question. and very good to see you. Unfortunately, not being in the room does not give that feeling of both the emotions and the warmth of the rest of the colleague. You're right. As Ambassador Newman said, the decisions and whatever happened in Afghanistan did not happen in vacuum, and it happened having Afghan leaders and Afghan political class there a significant role. Most of the time, as an Afghan, I put a responsibility of things that have gone wrong more to our own leaders rather than to our partners. Not because there was not the role of partners that those things have happened, the constraint that was imposed by the partners, that things could not be worked out the way it worked, but because it is the country that they claim to be the leader of it. It was our own country, it is our own country, and our responsibility was much more greater to do it better. Our leaders have been divided. They have not had a clear understanding of how the world around them is shaping itself. Most of them, the two presidents and most of the rest of the political class, in 2020, their thinking remained in 2021 to 2010. The threat from counterterrorism, the threat of terrorism and the counterterrorism objective as the key or at the center of US national security, considered to continue remain to them into 2020 as they were looking to the issues, while the world and the threats have gone to a different ways. The issues of the big power was missing from their perspective, and they have exaggerated the amount of importance of Afghanistan in the center of that global political competition and military strategies. And taking those, the choices they have made were most of the time less informed, partially influenced by lack of transparency in the partners who would come and discuss but not clearly say that this is 1, 2, 3 things explicitly that we want to share with you, and this is the way we are going. That lack of transparency have kept them to be hopeful that the United States continues to remain engaged in Afghanistan, and therefore the democratic government in place will be the better choice. A second issue certainly was their inability to connect with the realities on ground because they lacked political parties to inform them from bottom up that what is happening in reality on ground. Our systems were failing to provide right and clearly informed and factual information without censoring to the leaders so that they could understand what was really, really happening. For example, the choices that were made in the last year of the Republic, for example, in terms of military decisions, the changes in the military chain of command, the restructuring of military command, bringing it under the National Security Advisor's Office and making an experienced person as the czar of the security was absolutely a choice that affected the consequences, that affected what happened and the end game. The choices about the peace process that was misinformed, front-loading the problems on the issues of how a peace would play out itself was creating an understanding among the Afghans and international partners that it's an obstacle creation rather than cooperation. Miscommunicating or not being able to communicate, choosing right ways of communicating with the public about the risks of a rushed peace process and what the Afghans need to do, instead saying that I, as one person, I'm going to deal with the issues and I'm going to correct it, have really affected the end result. And on top of that, and it's throughout the process, in 2008, the institutions of Elections Commission that was not properly safeguarded against the corruption, and based on experience that were not strengthened and hardened to create the kind of legitimacy that Afghanistan needed, was also a wrong choice that contributed to the end result. I could go on and on for a long list of issues that we have made blunders in missing the opportunities. Our leaders have focused on short term rather than having the foresighted for the long term. But let me add one point that was discussed here, that democracy is not to be exported to a country. Afghanistan and Afghans did not wait for democracy to come for them. There was struggles, as you know, Dipali, and those who have studied. There have been movements and Afghans who have fought for and struggled for and desired a representative form of government. They don't like a leader for a lifetime to be in charge of them. But the sequence of it, the way it was put in place before bringing rule of law, and it was forced to showcase a democratic achievement by our partners, have really ended up creating a situation of a failure. To the students who ask that exporting democracy is a wrong thing, yes, I would agree. But supporting allies who themselves want to promote democracy is a good thing, and the United States shall not abandon that part because of what has happened in Afghanistan. There are still people in Afghanistan that they desire and they want to see a democratic state be in place, an election that's credible to choose their leader, their human rights to be preserved. Those are not important, and I've seen it in the rural Afghanistan. I've been all my life in the rural Afghanistan and in the urban, and I've heard it from people in different words, but certainly the same objective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadhiri. I would like to now turn to my co-chair for some final observations of this panel.
So first, to renew this thanks to the VFW for hosting us, to my commissioners for joining this effort, which is sobering in its importance and scope. But I would also say this is very much the beginning of a series of public engagements between the Commission and expert witnesses and various stakeholders from the war. I emerged from this first panel never more convinced of the importance of our task, of the rarity with which the government actually examines its own performance. I'm looking here at Dr. Albion, who's one of the rare examples of a veteran of such introspection on the 9/11 Commission. And I'm also more convinced than ever that the imperative that drives us here is learning, that this is this transfer of insight, however we may glean it, to a future set of decision makers who will be in equally difficult situations. I've never been more proud to be a part of the Commission and its work, and I certainly have never been more humbled by the magnitude of the task, its significance, and its solemnity. So thank you to the witnesses, our guests, the VFW, my commissioners. A job well done.
Thank you, Colin. I'd just like to underscore 2 points. One is that all of the speakers today at one point or another referred to Pakistan. The commissioners have brought it up, and I wanted to underscore that the mandate as written by Congress requests this commission to look at the role of Pakistan in the war. It requests this commission to delve into the Pakistani perspectives, which remind me of the question that Commissioner Crocker asked about Pakistani oral histories. It asks us to expand our focus and look at other regional actors that were involved too. So I greatly appreciate that the topic emerged in our first discussion, because it will be part of the entire discussion, and we commit to having a fact-based and objective assessment of the role of Pakistan in the war. It's the reason why we are honored to have Ambassador Ann Patterson and Ambassador Robin Rafel with us today. I asked them to join us because they've been advisors and guides for this commission for the past year in helping us understand the connectivity between the United States, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Our three countries have been intertwined for not just one war, 2 wars, and many other issues in between, and we would be remiss if we didn't analyze it properly. So that is one thing I really wanted to emphasize to our audience. The second is just an appreciation to my fellow commissioners for your openness and your honesty of the emotional aspect of this project. We all recognize that it's a solemn set of issues and it's a solemn experience, and that there is a tragedy associated with it, but we don't always talk directly about our emotions in the work of in the practice of policy. And that's what will make this project stand out from all of the others. And I'm struck by Dr. Kazem's testimony, which connected the personal with the political. And as Americans, I feel that we often analyze others this way, but we never look at ourselves in connecting the personal and the political. And so I encourage all of us to follow in Dr. Kazem's example and think of our own stories as we work on this project. It also reminds me of the need to pursue a trauma-informed approach to our interviews as we speak with Afghans and also Americans that served, and that we treat this project with as much empathy as possible. So with that, I would like to thank all of our witnesses for our first panel. We will welcome you back anytime and look forward to continued engagement. We will now take a 2-minute pause while we switch out our panels. Thank you. We'd like to get started. Everyone, please be seated. We will now begin our second panel. The purpose of this panel is to demonstrate the Commission's commitment to objective and rigorous inquiry into the war's context and first steps, provided by senior figures who were present at the time. The discussion will speak to the origins of the terror threat that culminated in the attacks on September 11th, 2001, the sequence of events that followed, and the early decisions of the U.S. war in Afghanistan. We will now read the biographies of our second set of distinguished guests, and I recognize my distinguished co-chair for his introduction of Dr. Vickers.
Thank you, Shamila. Dr. Mike Vickers is joining us here today as an expert witness. His bio reads like no other bio I've ever been exposed to. He has had a career as a special operator in the military, a CIA operations officer, a national security policymaker, an intelligence community leader, just to start. His experiences span the last 2 decades of the Cold War, through a decade and a half of our war with al-Qaeda, its allies, and its offshoots. As the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, Low Intensity Conflict, and the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, 2007 to 2015, he conceived and led the largest expansion of special operations forces in our nation's history, and oversaw several other major capability investments ranging from next-generation long-range strike to undersea warfare. He was a key operational strategist for the campaign to dismantle and defeat core al-Qaeda, and played a major role in policy and in planning in the operation that killed Osama bin Laden. During the decade and a half that spanned the operational phase of his career, he served as Special Operations, Weapons, and Engineer Sergeant, as the commander of a classified counterterrorism unit, and as a CIA operations officer. As a CIA operations officer, he played key roles in the invasion of Grenada, the U.S. government's operational response to the Beirut bombings, the covert effort to drive the Soviets out of Afghanistan. His contributions were chronicled in the film and New York Times bestseller Charlie Wilson's War, and he has just published his own remarkable book detailing his own personal experiences across this span. So we could literally have no one better qualified to address the set of issues, what preceded 9/11, the connection between that, and what followed in the 20 years. I yield back.
Thank you, Colin. I would like to also recognize Dr. Noah Coburn, who is joining us remotely. He is Provost and Vice President for Academics at the Evergreen State College. He is trained as a sociocultural anthropologist and focuses on political structures and violence in the Middle East and South Asia. He has conducted fieldwork in Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, India, and Turkey. His most recent book, The Last Days of the Afghan Republic, A Doomed Evacuation, 20 Years in the Making, which is co-authored with Arsalan Nouri, looks at how American policies led to the collapse of the Afghan government in 2021. His 2011 book, Bazaar Politics, Power and Pottery in an Afghan Market Town, based on 18 months of research on how a single town worked together to maintain peace, even while the insurgency grew rapidly in neighboring districts. It was the first full-length ethnography published on Afghanistan in over 20 years. He's also the author of numerous additional works on Afghanistan. Dr. Vickers, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, co-chairs Chaudhary and Jackson, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the Afghanistan war. I would like to make 3 points in my opening statement. Most of what I'm about to say is drawn from my recently published memoirs, by all means available, so I refer you to it if you'd like additional context and details. My first point is that it's important to remember that large-scale U.S. involvement in Afghanistan began decades before the 9/11 attacks. During the last decade of the Cold War, we waged the largest and most successful covert action program in American history to drive the Soviets out of Afghanistan and help bring an end to the Cold War. It was the only war the Red Army ever lost. The Afghan people suffered 1 million dead, and saw 1/3 of the country's population displaced as a result of the Soviet occupation, but they continued to resist until they won. There are significant lessons in the U.S. experience for how to achieve escalation dominance and prevail in proxy war against a great power adversary, and unfortunately, there are also lessons on how to lose the peace after you've won the war. After our decisive victory, we disengaged from the region. A brutal civil war followed, which led to the takeover of most of Afghanistan by the Taliban and the use of Afghanistan's territory as a sanctuary for al-Qaeda. Prior to 9/11, we treated al-Qaeda as just another terrorist group and pursued a reactive counterterrorism strategy that did not deny sanctuary to our enemy. Simply put, al-Qaeda was at war with us, but we weren't at war with them. After the 9/11 attacks, we shifted to a proactive counterterrorism strategy that did deny sanctuary to AQ, and it ultimately led to the group's operational defeat. My second point is that the brilliant unconventional campaign that the U.S. conducted during the fall of 2001 was only the initial campaign of what would turn out to be a very long war across multiple theaters against al-Qaeda, its allies, and offshoots. A war that began in Afghanistan would spread to 4 kinetic theaters: Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Somalia, and North Africa, and would include multiple non-kinetic counterterrorism operations in several other theaters. After al-Qaeda's senior leadership escaped to Pakistan at the end of 2001, the counterterrorism fight became largely operationally and geographically distinct from the counterinsurgency fight in Afghanistan. From 2004 onwards, Afghanistan became primarily a platform for the counterterrorism fight in the Pakistan-Afghanistan theater, rather than a battleground in the war with al-Qaeda. Through a series of policy and capability innovations that I describe in my memoirs, our counterterrorism strategy was transformed to reflect this reality. As a result, we were able to deny al-Qaeda and its safe haven providers any sanctuary, dismantle core al-Qaeda, and prevent another 9/11 attack. Let me now turn to our 19-year war with the Taliban and start with the obvious. While we won our wars with al-Qaeda and its offshoots, we lost our war with the Taliban. One reason was that we couldn't solve the Pakistan sanctuary problem. We could largely deny al-Qaeda any sanctuary after the group relocated in Pakistan, but we couldn't deny the Taliban sanctuary there. Pakistan's army leadership mostly supported our efforts to disrupt, dismantle, and defeat al-Qaeda, but it saw the Taliban as a strategic instrument it could use to create a government favorable to its interests in Afghanistan. The Pakistanis played a double game, part open ally, part covert enemy. To be sure, our counterinsurgency strategy in Afghanistan was not without its faults. We succumbed to mission creep and strategic overreach in our nation-building efforts, and did not remain focused on the reason we went into Afghanistan in the first place, to overthrow the Taliban regime, defeat al-Qaeda, and prevent another 9/11 attack. We started way too late to build credible Afghan security forces and wasted substantial funds on building the wrong security forces. As a result, we transitioned security responsibility to the Afghan government much later than we should have. But the real reason we lost is that 2 American presidents decided that defeat was preferable to continued support for the Afghan government and indirect conflict with the Taliban. This was a protracted war in which we had an asymmetric advantage and escalation dominance, and were, after 2015, suffering very few casualties. The paradox of our war with the Taliban is that while we couldn't win in a short period of time with 150,000 US and coalition troops, we couldn't lose with a few thousand advisors as long as we provided support for the Afghan government and used our air power in extremis to prevent the Taliban from massing and taking over the cities. We instead chose to defeat ourselves. So in sum, the Afghanistan war is full of lessons on effective and ineffective covert action, counterterrorism, and counterinsurgency strategies, the importance, as Commissioner Crocker mentioned, of strategic patience and persistence, and the importance of standing by our allies and partners. I wish you all the best as you proceed with your work.
Thank you, Dr. Vickers. I would like to now recognize Dr. Coburn for his testimony. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the Commission for the invitation to be here today, as well as their willingness to take on this critical and really challenging piece of work. I think it's important to remember those images of the Taliban marching into Kabul in August 2021. While many were shocked at how quickly the Afghan army and government fell, there was no great popular uprising in support of the Taliban either. The Taliban did not win as much as the Afghan government, with all its international backing, became an empty husk that crumbled away. This was the result of a government and international community's failure to build legitimacy, the empowering of Afghan leaders who undermined the government, and was, until the latest stages, I believe, avoidable. To understand the trajectory, I think it's important to return to those early days of the U.S. presence in Afghanistan, when there was a great deal of optimism, both political and economic, among policymakers and Afghans themselves. This was certainly the case when I first arrived in Istalif, a small market town about 45 minutes west of Bagram Air Base in 2005. The Taliban had leveled most of the town in 1997, and over the almost 2 years I spent there, people were building homes, opening businesses, and getting married. The international presence was welcomed, and upcoming elections were viewed with some curiosity. Attitudes towards the U.S. changed dramatically in the decade that followed. As Afghan commanders and other politicians bought up gardens around the town, the economy increasingly revolved around a small set of power brokers who enriched themselves largely through contracts on Bagram Air Base or through other international connections. The town never embraced the Taliban, but there was more and more sympathy for anti-government groups and disillusionment with international presence. As I went on to work for the United States Institute of Peace, the Afghan Research and Evaluation Unit, and a series of other organizations, I got the opportunity to travel across the country and observe how variations of this pattern repeated itself almost everywhere. Certainly, there were areas where the Taliban had deeper roots and allies, but the Taliban victory was not due to affinity for their ideology, but the erosion of faith in the government and the international community's ability to improve the lives of ordinary Afghans. Ambassador Newman previously spoke to the multiplicity of U.S. policies over the course of the 20-year war. One of the issues with these policies was their siloed nature. Counterterrorism and later counterinsurgency operations and priorities were built without enough consultation with other U.S.-funded development, governance, and human rights initiatives. In many cases, these projects actually undermined each other. At the same time, Afghans did not perceive the distinction between COIN, development, and government projects. They were all part of the same political economic shifts that were reshaping the country. This was particularly true during the surge year, when the amount of money being spent and the speed needed to spend it increased. While the U.S. government insisted it was not nation building throughout the war, many of its policies suggested otherwise to the Afghan public. This left Afghans confused and politically uncertain. This was highlighted to me by a voter in Paktia in 2009 who asked me who I thought he should vote for. Should he trust one of the government bureaucrats who is attempting to build a state that might eventually bring some resources to the area, or a commander who had stolen his land, but it would at least provide him with some protection from the Taliban? Later, more and more Afghan communities confronting civilian casualties by the international forces and the Afghan government's failure to provide resources turned to anti-government groups who could at least provide them with some sort of stability. Fueling this process, Afghan communities watched COIN funds taken by commanders that undermined both governance and human rights, and massively poorly designed and poorly overseen development projects that enriched international contractors and Afghan elites, but did little to improve development indicators. The elections of 2009 were a turning point, with a drastic increase in fraud and corruption, which would mar all elections in Afghanistan that followed. The U.S.-backed settlement between Hamid Karzai and Abdullah that finally resolved the election prevented violence in the short term, but ultimately was seen by Afghans as evidence that the U.S. was not truly committed to democratic practices in the country. Frustration with the failure of the Afghan government to build legitimacy and local capacity resulted in policymakers making the same mistakes again and again. Take, for instance, the conception of local governance as envisioned in the 2004 Constitution through district and village councils, the government in a box approach at the height of the counterinsurgency, and most recently, the World Bank-backed Citizens Charter program. On a policy level, these programs looked very different and were led by different organizations, but locally, each envisioned new, centrally imposed local governance structures that would theoretically build legitimacy. Instead, each of these proved not just impossible to implement, but when they were partially implemented, created government interference not desired by many Afghans, while providing resources that were monopolized by commanders and other power brokers, indirectly fueling anti-government groups. Related to the siloing of these policies, I hope the Commission also takes time to review the size and scope of contracting that went on during the Afghan War. The shortcoming of contractors were most visible on the military side, where contractors managed everything from police training to fuel delivery, but development, governments, and human rights projects were all largely contracted out as well, meaning the government had little direct control over how money was spent, and profit was prioritized over ensuring that the outcomes actually helped U.S. and Afghan government efforts. In many instances, it would have been far more effective to spend less money well than the waste and distortion of the Afghan economy that contracting created. From Afghan doctors who left hospitals to work as translators, to a real estate boom on stolen land near the U.S. Embassy, and traffic jams caused by armored cars, contracting money did not create sustainable economic growth as much as it created an economic free-for-all. It does not seem coincidental to me that the U.S.'s longest war to date is also the war that relied the most on contracting. Some, reflecting back on the Afghan war, have suggested that we didn't know, and that for some reason U.S. government could never really understand Afghan politics or culture. I would strongly resist this urge. Counter-evidence is well represented on this commission. Andrew Wilder's report on the relationship between aid and security, Anand Gopal's reporting on U.S. military operations empowered anti-government actors, and Dipali Mukhopadhyay's work on the provincial governors were all timely, well-informed critiques of U.S. policy, which were widely read but rarely incorporated into policy decisions. I believe it's worth the Commission's time to ask, how did so many people know there was structural failing with the U.S. government's approach, but why was it so unable to change course? At inflection point after inflection point, earlier lessons were not learned, opportunities were missed, and a self-defeating cycle of overly ambitious, overly funded, overly militarized approaches continued. Ultimately, it was the U.S. military personnel, frontline civilians, and ordinary Afghans who bore the burden of these shortcomings. And I appreciate the Commission's careful inquiry into these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coburn. I would like to recognize Commissioner Hardig to begin questions.
Thanks so much, appreciate it. Thank you so much to both of these witnesses as well, Dr. Coburn and Dr. Vickers. Incredible work, incredibly informative for our efforts. Dr. Vickers is a former boss and mentor of mine, so it's a particular honor to get to question him today. Your book laid out in really compelling detail the wins of our counterterrorism campaign, what might arguably be the closest thing that we can point to as success in our 20-year war. I wonder, as you think about that campaign and what our CT landscape might look like going forward, what do you think are the couple of biggest lessons and takeaways for policymakers?
So one is when you're facing a group like Al-Qaeda that has global reach and global geopolitical ambitions, you have to treat it differently from other terrorist groups. And so the prism that we looked at terrorism through before 9/11 was really one of episodic security incidents to which a reactive counterterrorism policy was appropriate, and we had capabilities for that effect. That's not appropriate in the case of a protracted counterterrorism war where your homeland is at risk because of globalization and other things. So you have to take a lot of different measures, expand the aperture of what you do across your government and security landscape to deal with that. And turning operationally then, the important thing is denying sanctuary. Every time in the last 20 years when we've given these groups sanctuary, the threat to the United States has gone way up. So before 9/11, and then the period when Al-Qaeda relocated into the Afghanistan-Pakistan border region, the federally administered tribal areas, the threat, we had the transatlantic airliner plot in 2006, attempt to blow up 10 airliners over the Atlantic. And then as Al-Qaeda grew in Yemen for a period of time, and then Al-Qaeda in Syria. And so in each case, when we gave these groups a couple years to plot and train, the threat went way up. And so one, there's the need to deny sanctuary, certainly if you can, and then to have a protracted campaign that deals with that. And then there's defensive measures too. So hardening our defenses. We had strategic warning that the aviation sector was a likely target, that symbols of U.S. power, the U.S. Capitol, Wall Street, and the Pentagon could be attacked, but not tactical warning. But in the face of that, you can't defend everywhere all the time, but you can harden your defenses, both by expanding the FBI, which we did after 9/11, and by hardening cockpit doors and other things that made a big difference, as well as screening and watch lists and others. And so combination of offense, defense, deny sanctuary, and recognizing the nature of your adversary, and then staying focused on what's achievable. Ambassador Newman talked about this earlier, but our vital interests in Pakistan and Afghanistan really came down to two. One of them was to prevent another 9/11 attack, and the other was not to have Pakistan's nuclear weapons get loose and in the hands of some really bad actor, terrorist group or others. And so that focus on realistic and achievable objectives is important, because this kind of war and the series of campaigns that's necessary could go on for decades. As insurgent, if you look at this as a global insurgency, or at least a multi-theater insurgency rather than insurgency in one country, they last a long time.
Just one quick follow-up question. You also talked in your book quite a bit about just the incredible efforts that our operators and our policymakers went to prevent civilian casualties. Indeed, this was something that you and I worked on together, a really important effort. And yet, so much of the public narrative about our CT campaign does focus on things like civilian casualties. Some of the partners that we worked with that were less than adhering to our same standards, unjust detentions, things like that. I wonder how you think about those downsides in terms of what you did as a policymaker to try to mitigate them, and in some cases just mitigate the perception of them, because I think we know that they're not always entirely true as well.
Yeah, so it's a twofold problem, as you say. One, to try to limit them to the greatest extent possible, and then to deal with the perceptions that often don't match reality. So, the standards for operations, where Al-Qaeda largely went after 9/11 into areas where we didn't have active U.S. armed hostilities outside of Afghanistan and Iraq. So Pakistan, border region, Yemen, elsewhere. The standards for kinetic strike were near certainty that the target was who you thought it was, and near certainty that there was zero collateral damage. Now, that doesn't mean perfection. You may miss. A hostage could be hidden that you don't see. But in your planning your operations, you have to make sure that if a child suddenly darted in at the last minute, you could do what we call shift cold, move the weapon to a safe spot, so that you're minimizing to the largest extent possible. Now, in war zones, those standards are a little lower, because there's just a lot more combat going on, and it's reasonable certainty. And so the combination of using air power and then raids, did lead to more civilian casualties than we would like, even with precision strike forces, doing the raids. What helped there, and it took us about a decade to do this, was one, using more partner forces to do it, and we should have done that sooner, but also doing call-outs, in a lot of cases. And that meant we could achieve our objective without kinetic action. And so, again, it doesn't reduce it to zero, but it helps a lot. And then the trouble, with reporting is that it's all over the place. The U.S. government has its statistics, which generally are pretty darn accurate, but other groups had some that were very, very different. And it depends who you talk to and others. Again, I'm confident in the U.S. government statistics, not to be perfect, but to be quite accurate. But you know, others had different perceptions, and that shapes the narrative.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vickers. I will take the opportunity to ask you a question. One thing I very much appreciate about your testimony and your book, the work that you've done, is that you are rooting the war of the past 20 years in a deeply historical context that goes back to the Cold War. It's not a narrative that is part of the American popular consciousness when we think of the war in Afghanistan. So I think that's very important. It's a good model for us as we do our work, that we must consider kind of the past as prologue dynamic. And so my question is a little bit about that. Given that we disengaged at the end of the Cold War from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, after what was tactically a very successful engagement, how were we equipped to respond to the need when 9/11 happened? Did we have the, can you talk a little bit about the relationship that the United States had, the insights into both Afghanistan and Pakistan, not just in terms of CT capabilities, but also diplomatically, because I think that diplomatic reinforces the ability of CT, so they're connected. I would love to hear you elaborate on that, please.
Sure. So, you know, after the Soviets withdrew from Afghanistan, you know, 1989 was this miraculous year where you had the fall of the Berlin Wall and liberation of Eastern Europe, and U.S. attention, you know, turned toward Europe to consolidate the reunification of Germany and other things. And then we had legislative impairments, a thing called the Pressler Amendment in Afghanistan, that once a president couldn't, it was President George H.W. Bush in this case, couldn't certify that Pakistan wasn't past the point of no return on its nuclear weapons, we had to cut off aid to Pakistan. And that led, while we didn't disengage completely from Pakistan, it led to what the Pakistanis called a trust deficit. For 12 years up to 9/11, we really had a minimal relationship. And, you know, our interests weren't always aligned or at the tactical or operational level in the 1980s, but they were much closer against Pakistan and the United States with the covert war in Afghanistan than they ever were after 9/11. You know, we tried to replicate that with also, you know, we tried love, we tried some threats and other things. We could never make it really work in the same way. And then with Afghanistan, you know, it was more of a disengagement. We could maintain some intelligence and, you know, and some diplomatic actions, but essentially we were more building from scratch in the years right before 9/11 when we sent people in to reestablish contact with some of our former commanders, and then right after. And so we were building from a very low base to, you know, develop knowledge that we had essentially lost over a decade.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Co-Chair Jackson.
Thank you, Shamila. I guess one of my questions, which is you have a hook in your testimony, Dr. Vickers, on this term escalation dominance. I wish sort of first you could explain what that means to a non-specialist audience. I think it's a compelling part of your argument. The second is a larger question, which is related to the sort of work the 9/11 Commission did, which is making an arcane set of topics legible to a non-specialist audience. So you say that the war against al-Qaeda starts in Afghanistan and then spreads to these 4 separate theaters. Can you walk us through, just in generalities, why that spread occurred, how the center of gravity of the problem shifted over time?
Sure. So first, you know, the idea of escalation dominance is something that comes from the nuclear strategy literature. Thankfully, no one was ever able to achieve it, even though both sides tried in the Cold War a lot. But I tried to apply it in my memoir to, you know, why we could win in Afghanistan against extremely difficult odds in the 1980s and lose in Syria. You know, what was the difference about the conduct of the campaigns that lets you win in one case and lose in another? Or why were we effective in some of our counterterrorism campaigns, Pakistan, and it took longer in Yemen or other places to do it with the same government, the same tools. And it's where you can get an advantage over your adversary that can bring about their defeat, and they can't respond. Now, that doesn't mean, that it's escalation dominance at a certain level of the conflict. With the Soviets, for instance, they had options to invade Pakistan or use nuclear weapons or others, but they were generally deterred from doing that. And so at the level of their occupation of Afghanistan and our support for the Afghan resistance, by a series of actions where we, essentially increased our commitment to Afghanistan by a factor of 12 in 12 months. And Gorbachev did a surge at the time. We won that battle of the surges, and so that's how I use the concept. And then to talk about the metastasization of al-Qaeda. Up until 9/11 and a little bit after that, al-Qaeda was a single organization with operatives around the world, but one organization that was command and controlled out of its sanctuary in Afghanistan. And then beginning with the U.S. invasion of Iraq, a local group became Al-Qaeda in Iraq, its first affiliate. Al-Qaeda in Yemen was established in 2006. And part of this is conditions in the Islamic world that led to the growth of these groups and connections, among them and communications. And then in 2009, Al-Qaeda in Yemen and Al-Qaeda operatives in Saudi Arabia merged into Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. A Salafist group in North Africa became Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb after 2006 or 7. Al-Shabaab in Somalia declared allegiance to Al-Qaeda in 2012. Al-Qaeda in Syria was established under various names with the beginning of the Syrian civil war, and then Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent was established by Ayman al-Zawahiri, the Emir of Al-Qaeda, in 2014. And so taking advantage essentially of conditions in these various areas and sending emissaries was how they expanded. But it's one of Al-Qaeda's successes in the Islamic State as well in being able to spread their reach after 9/11.
So one quick follow-up. So how should we think post-metastasizing about the significance of Afghanistan distinct from these new theaters? Because I think that's one of the questions for an educated lay audience that is elusive.
Yeah, so core Al-Qaeda remained in the Afghanistan-Pakistan border region. A few leaders fled to Iran. Some are still there after 9/11, but most went to Pakistan. And so that remained the most dangerous threat up until 2012, 2013. Between 2008 and 2012, under a new counterterrorism strategy, we really decimated core Al-Qaeda. And then the greatest threat to the American homeland became Al-Qaeda in Yemen for a few years, and then Al-Qaeda in Syria, and we took actions against them as well. But the Pakistan-Afghanistan theater remained, and that's where the senior leaders were. So it remained the principal theater strategically, if not operationally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vickers. I'd like to now recognize Commissioner Bob Taft, who is joining us remotely for his time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am very honored to serve as a member of this commission as an appointee of Ohio Congressman Mike Turner. I was serving as governor of Ohio on September 11, 2001, and almost overnight, our agenda turned over to the topic of Homeland Security. Over a 20-year period, thousands of Ohioans served in Afghanistan, tragically too many losing their lives or sustaining life-changing injuries. So from that standpoint, all Ohioans, and of course all Americans as well, really deserve a credible, independent assessment of U.S. policy in Afghanistan. And that's what I believe that this commission will be able to provide. Of course, our work and our recommendations will be even more important to protect the future national security of our country. So I really appreciate the honor to be able to serve. I want to thank both of our very distinguished witnesses. I do have one question for Dr. Coburn. And Dr. Coburn, you suggest that the failure to build legitimacy of Afghanistan government institutions was a serious failure and that it was avoidable. So my question would be, from looking at the conflict from the early stages of U.S. involvement, what could have been done differently to build a greater level of government legitimacy at both the local and at the national levels?
Thank you. And I think that's a really important question. And I would say that the ultimate legitimacy of the Afghan government lay in the hands of the Afghan elites that created the government. That being said, I think U.S. policy did a lot to undermine and, shall we say, distort priorities for Afghan leaders. Listening to Dr. Vickers, I think one of the strong contrasts between the Mujahideen period when they were fighting against the Soviets was the leaders during that period that we were supplying weapons to wanted to win. They wanted the same outcome that we did. Increasingly, over the course of 20 years in Afghanistan, a lot of the leaders were profiting from the war and didn't necessarily want the war to end, and certainly didn't want the U.S. Money coming in to slow down. So, and I look at this primarily on a local level, but I think this works for national level elites as well. So just to give you one small area where the U.S. did spend some money, particularly counterinsurgency funds, looking at how local leaders do dispute resolution. Dispute resolution is really important in areas without a strong government process. So what you do is you bring it to a leader who has a certain reputation. He resolves the issue. Because the community respects that leader, they enforce the resolution, and his reputation grows. So he is incentivized to make sure that this dispute remains resolved. So there's sort of a circular process where the community supports the leader grows, supports the leader, he grows. The alternative, though, is if that leader has an alternative source of power, like international funds or international weapons, all of a sudden that leader is no longer responsive to the people that he is living amongst. So what we saw was many Afghan leaders who I think would have been more listening to their constituencies and ordinary Afghans in their communities who ultimately turned away from them. And let me just tie this to a couple of issues that were brought forward earlier. But one of the issues in U.S. policy here was the total lack of the total ambiguity around a time frame. How long was the U.S. going to be in Afghanistan? When were we going to leave? Because if you are an Afghan leader, particularly one of these former Mujahideen leaders, if you think that the U.S. is truly going to be there for the next 30 years supporting a democratic process, you're going to invest in that and try to become a part of it. If you think they might leave tomorrow, you're more incentivized to grab as many resources as you can in the short term. And because it was always ambiguous, leaders again and again were incentivized to grab the cash and just take what they could today, because who knows what would be there tomorrow. Why should I be invested in a structure that I'm not as convinced will be there?
Thank you, Dr. Coburn. Commissioner Taft, you have a couple of extra minutes. Would you like to use your time or yield it, please?
I'll cede my time.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Jeremy Bash, who is joining us remotely.
Thank you to the co-chairs and to fellow commissioners. And today I want to offer some comments and questions on behalf of myself, as well as my co-commissioner, Michael Allen, whose travel to this hearing got upended by the flight cancellations overnight. But together we both agree that the work here must be rigorously bipartisan and nonpartisan, and to date it has been. I visited Afghanistan many times between 2005 and 2013 during my service on the staff of the House Intelligence Committee, at CIA and at DOD, and I was part of the leadership team at CIA that oversaw the operations against al-Qaeda senior leaders, including the operation against Osama bin Laden. And I want to thank Ranking Member Adam Smith from the HASC for appointing me to serve on this commission. But I think most consequentially for me and personally for me, I sat at the right elbow of a CIA director and a Secretary of Defense as he signed the deployment orders, sending our men and women into harm's way to Afghanistan. And I stood with him at Dover and at Arlington Cemetery to welcome home our fallen heroes, including the special operators referenced earlier by Commissioner Molino. And I want to pay particular tribute to the civilians, including to the CIA officers, the 7 CIA officers who died on December 30th, 2009 in Khost, Afghanistan at Chapman Base, to Jennifer, to Liz, to Darren, to Harold, to Scott, to Dane, and to Jeremy, and to their families. We can never repay the debt of gratitude we owe you. And I want to just pose this thought and question to my longtime friend and colleague, Dr. Vickers, because I think you really kind of put your finger right on the essence of the hard problem here. At the heart of the Commission's work is a very difficult question. How does the United States use its instruments of national power to deny safe haven to terrorists that threaten the United States and our interests and our citizens and our allies without having to physically occupy that territory and without having to fund, train, and equip and secure a government that may itself be threatened by violence? How do we help a government crack down on violence while at the same time expand that government's popular support from its citizenry so that we can leave? And can you conduct effective counterterrorism operations from over-the-horizon platforms without physical occupation of territory? That, I think, is one of the questions at the very heart of this commission's inquiry. And I want to ask Dr. Vickers just to reflect on that. What is the distinction between being physically present on the ground and being able to do things from a distance, from standoff, from over the horizon? With that, I'll ask the question and then go back on mute. Thank you.
Hi, Jeremy. So, one, there's the tension between, small footprint and large footprint operations. And, what's important for strategists to remember is there's a political context to this. The more you raise the stakes, you have a large footprint approach, the more the American people and political leaders are going to expect results in the near term. And so if you think you're going to have to sustain this over a long time, you have to have a sustainable strategy. And part of that is, focusing on our objectives, as I said, and then being engaged with the government through aid and others, but not, as my colleague mentioned about, the dangers that come with large flows of money over a period of times and the disincentives that come with that. Since terrorism has become a global problem, building a global counterterrorism network is an important instrument of ours, of shared instruments, to disrupt a lot of these plots before they get kinetic, and then to capture them. And that mainly involves us with intelligence sharing and working with a local security partner. And then in areas where you do have these sanctuaries, assuming we have the capacity to do very precise surveillance and then strike if necessary, to have that capability and being willing to use it in sufficient scale. To your question about, so then democracy, I agree, is a multi-generational project. I think one of the mistakes we made after 9/11 is thinking that we had to transform the Middle East to achieve our counterterrorism objectives. And, one, it wasn't achievable, and two, it wasn't necessary. And, democracy is a good thing, but it's not something you're going to implement in a fairly short period of time that will stand the test of scrutiny. Regarding over-the-horizon operations, in the latter years of the Obama administration, as you may remember, we developed capabilities in the event that we would need them to do the over-the-horizon. But over time, they degrade. It's always better to be closer in. It's always better to have a host country partner. And we lost all that in Afghanistan when the Taliban came to power. We lost all the Afghan forces that we trained, that we could use to help achieve our objectives as well as their objectives, and are now relying on, the ability to strike remotely, and intelligence that will degrade over time. And intelligence, as you know, is something you also gain a lot from your host country partner, and as well as what you contribute yourself. So, you know, it's a gap filler in the near term. It's not the ideal situation.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize Commissioner Ashley.
So first, let me go back and say I was remiss in not thanking the VFW, not only for hosting us, but really for what you do for all our veterans, and also to acknowledge Senator Warner's leadership in the Senate Oversight Committee and for the appointment and the opportunity to be part of this commission. So for Dr. Vickers, thanks for being with us. Noah as well, too. Thanks for our witnesses. My question's for Dr. Vickers, but first a little bit of testimonial. Several months ago, I asked him to talk to some of the young captains out of Fort Huachuca, and I know he's a busy guy, and he did a couple of sessions. So, you know, passing that on, paying it forward, your leadership and experience. Fascinating book, as Colin talked about, not only your story from your time as a Green Beret, but really a firsthand view of what you saw over several decades. And then really a story which you may or may not remember, but I remember it vividly. When you came to see me, I think I had been the ISAF J2 for about 2 weeks. And you came in and I had all these slides and I was going to lay out all the ISR and everything we were doing, and you asked me a really hard question. Are we winning? And so it made me think about what we've talked about today, which is the fundamental things that we need to understand and the questions that we have to ask as we go into these conflicts. You probably remember because it was a very unsatisfying answer, which I still remember that experience. But let me move on to my question today. You don't have to nod or acknowledge that.
My best CIA face on here.
There we go. So the answer was, it was a very unsatisfying answer. When you think about your time as the Undersecretary for Intel, and we look at the Intelligence Reform, the Terrorist Prevention Act, the 9/11 Commission, we came out with the DNI. As you look at what you wanted to achieve as a senior intelligence, you know, as the Undersecretary with the Defense Department, what are your takeaways in the war in Afghanistan of what we did well? And is there any structural changes that we should be thinking about going forward?
So in terms of Afghanistan and the 20-year engagement there, I think, you know, what we did well was prevent another 9/11 attack from emanating from the Pakistan-Afghanistan border region. You know, what we did terribly was, you know, lots of things along the way, but at the end, the biggest sin was abandoning the Afghan government, as our previous panel talked about, excluding them from the talks, but then also thinking, you know, like I'll be very blunt, you know, the idea that handing Afghanistan over to the Taliban, which reportedly our top leaders were warned about, doesn't sound like a great idea to me, even 20 years after 9/11. And particularly when you can maintain a government there at fairly minimal, whatever we had done in the past, by 2020, we had only a few thousand troops there and an embassy presence, and we could have sustained that. And so I think that was the thing that we did. And, you know, lots of things along the way I try to explain in my book, but that's the big one. In terms of structural reforms, you know, a lot of the U.S. government right now is focused on great power competition in China and Russia and the economic and particularly technological competition. And, you know, how, if you imagine yourself, like this is 1947 again, how do I fashion the U.S. government to deal with this new challenge that we have of a new Cold War? I think, you know, on the counterterrorism side, the big danger is that we go back to pre-9/11, both in policy and in cutting back the capabilities too much. You know, some of our, if you look at a lot of things that led up to 9/11, and the big one is not denying sanctuary and understanding this group well enough, but we also had capability, capacity, policy, and legal shortfalls that contributed to that. You know, We didn't have enough special operations forces for the wars we found ourselves in, Iraq, Afghanistan, and then the global fight against Al-Qaeda. So we had to expand that, and that took us a decade after 9/11. We hardly had, we had experimental Predator aircraft that weren't armed. We got a look at Osama bin Laden in 2000, end of September 2000, and couldn't shoot him. And so we remedied that afterwards, but then it took a decade plus to build up a sufficient fleet. The FBI was transformed after 9/11, and that took time, policy changes in CT, the legal domestic intelligence divide. So lots of those had to be addressed, and I think successfully were, and the challenge is maintaining it. I used to get really frustrated in Department of Defense strategic reviews when someone would say, some eager beaver on the Joint Staff would say, all right, what is it? Is it going to be China or Al-Qaeda? And I said, why would I choose that? They're both threats to the United States. And so, it's like nuclear weapons and conventional forces. No, I kind of need both, so any event.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Crocker.
Thank you. Dr. Vickers, you spoke of the importance of history, a point that was emphasized by the previous panel, I think very effectively. The writ of this commission extends for 20 years. It's an entire generation. We had service members who fought in Afghanistan who had no living memory of 9/11. But as vast as that time is, history didn't begin in 2001, and it didn't end in 2021. You referred, so an appreciation of history, as you've emphasized, I think is very important. You mentioned the Cold War era, the fight against the Soviets, the Pakistani role, and you mentioned the Pressler Amendment. I seem to recollect that the Pressler Amendment became law in 1985. Is that correct?
It did, but it wasn't implemented until 1990, meaning, the president, each year the president had to certify because of the law, and we were very aware of this at CIA at the time, without going into details, but 1990 is when it got triggered.
Right, and just help me with my recollections here. I haven't looked at this in quite some time. In the period between 1985 and 1990, during the active phase of the anti-Soviet jihad, in which Pakistan was a critical ally, I think I recall that the administration got a waiver to the provisions of the Pressler Amendment so that it did not go into effect during the war itself.
That may be true. I don't recall that. I mean, the key dates for me was, monitoring the program and when you wouldn't be able to get a waiver. I just don't recall that. And then 1990 when it was triggered.
Right, and in 1990, of course, it went into effect after the anti-Soviet jihad was over and won, and in which, as the Pakistani narrative goes, the United States no longer needed them as a critical ally. So again, as the Pakistani narrative goes, they went from the most allied of allies to the most sanctioned of adversaries, literally overnight. And again, I think it is critical to bear that in mind as the Pakistani version of history goes, that from 85 up until 1990, the Pressler Amendment was held in abeyance because of their critical role. And I would just ask if you see any dots to connect in your testimony between the close Pakistani alliance in the Cold War era and the way it ended with the sanctions imposed by the Pressler Amendment, to the later part of your testimony in which you note that Pakistan saw the Taliban as a strategic instrument it could use to create a government favorable to its interest in Afghanistan. The Pakistanis played a double game, part open ally, part covert enemy. So do you see any connections between the Pakistani version of the history of the Pressler Amendment and the way it ended the alliance and their decisions vis-a-vis the Taliban? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, and you're really making me think and reach back into cobweb of history. But you know, I do in a sense that a big lesson, you know, besides the lack of reliability, a big lesson the Pakistanis took from the end of the Cold War, when they were a frontline state ally that could be invaded by the Soviets, and they worried about it and we worried about it. You know, the big lesson they took is that the U.S. was ephemeral, that it would be there for a while, and when it didn't see its interest anymore, it would, you know, tone it down and go back. And that carried forward after 9/11, that same mindset about how much they would cooperate with us, and were sympathetic to their new problems, which, you know, then became more India again. And so they looked at a lot of Afghanistan through the lens of India. Every time India opened a consulate somewhere, had aid, you know, they didn't like it, and they wanted the Afghan government to get rid of it. But also in thinking that we would leave. The comment was made earlier, I think, by Commissioner Hardig about, or no, actually, Dr. Coburn, I think, made the point about, you know, do you think you're leaving soon or staying for the long term? Pakistanis thought we were on the way out in 2003 when we went to Iraq. And not surprisingly, that's when they kind of took the muzzle off the Taliban a little bit. You know, they had given them sanctuary after 9/11. The Haqqanis had started acting up in 2002 a bit, but really 2003 is when they really started unleashing and supporting the Taliban, because they thought we were leaving and they wanted a government favorable to their interests. And they were able to get away with this despite large U.S. aid and other things during that decade. But I think you're right in terms of the strategic mindset of, these guys aren't staying here, and so we have to protect our interests, even if it means opposing their interests from time to time. And that's what made them such a peculiar ally for us, you know, that on the one hand, we needed them for counterterrorism, and we wanted a stable government so we didn't have loose nukes, but they were sponsoring people who were killing Americans. And we have no other ally like that in the world that does both of those things at the same time. So.
Thank you. Again, the lessons of history. I just have a bit of time left. I would like to put a question to Dr. Coburn. Dr. Coburn, in your testimony, you note the size and scope of contracting during the Afghanistan War, particularly focused on the civilian side, the role of USAID. It is said that during the Vietnam War, that USAID had more officers in the CORDS program than they had globally at the time of Afghanistan. You talk a bit about the problem of corruption and contracting, but I'm wondering if you could just drill down briefly on the developmental costs that you see in handling our development portfolio through contractors, vice through USAID directly.
Thanks for that question, and I think you're hitting on a key point. And I think sometimes the examples we look at are the most spectacular ones where we see this corruption that happens. I would argue that there's actually even deeper structural flaws. Just to give you an example from something I've been thinking about recently, I've working at a college and we're overseeing a overhaul of, say, something like our student registration process. There's two ways to do this. I can go to the office that does registration and ask them how they might do this, and they'll say, well, this is going to be difficult. We do this, we do that. I could also go online and quickly find a dozen different contractors who tell me that I definitely need to do this. They'll do it quickly. They'll do it perfectly, all for a price. So I think one of the issues that we've heard constantly is that there were real challenges getting information back to Washington. And on the USAID side, I think one of the issues was USAID, with its contracting models, was contracting out to development groups that would say, oh, we can do that. This is great. Just do this. Everyone will be happy. And weren't getting those reports back that really described the actual situation on the ground. And some of this wasn't malicious. It's just the way the contracting process is set up in some ways. But it was just one further distortion and there was not enough acknowledgement that contractors simply don't have the same incentive to do as good a job that is connected to the actual strategies of the overall government policy than if you were to do it effectively in-house. And I think that's most glaring on the USAID side, but I've heard similar points made on military side as well.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Feda.
Great, thank you. I'm going to stay with Dr. Coburn, and pardon me if I don't look at the screen because all these cameras confuse me, so I'm going to look somewhere over here. So, Dr. Coburn, I found your written and verbal comments interesting and thought-provoking, and I think the question just posed by Commissioner Crocker is a good lead for what I want to talk about. In your comments, you talk about contractors perhaps not being as efficient or as motivated as our uniformed forces and those that wear a U.S. government badge. You also comment that there was the Afghanistan War, and you could argue Iraq too, had the most amount of contractors ever. You reference World War II and you reference Vietnam. The reality is following the first Gulf War and then with the Clinton drawdown, we downsized and we decided we were going to outsource that kind of capability. So as Secretary Rumsfeld would say, you go to the war with the military you have, not the one you wish you had, right? And so I think that becomes an important factor as to why so many contractors were deployed, and I'm sure Secretary Vickers and others will, and Dr. Jones will support the comment that when you had the simultaneous wars of Iraq and Afghanistan, you needed as many uniformed trigger puller folks as possible. And so the contracting community plays a very important role. So I wanted to put that out. Second, I do believe, based on your written testimony, that there's a dangerous inference you make when you say it does not seem coincidental to me that the U.S.'s longest war to date is also the one that had the most contracting. I just think that is a dangerous inference in that it almost sounds like the war was dragged out for war profiteering. And so perhaps you can respond to that. And then third, I think as this commission today, and as us as commissioners have acknowledged, the contracting community also lost lives. Many former military, many former FSOs, aid and development community workers, teachers, and others decided to go downrange, to use that term, in order to help, in order to make a difference, in order to train, in order to provide security. They lost their lives. Like many of us know some of those folks. And so it wasn't for profit. Was there bad profits made? I am sure, but I'm sure that exists in every walk of life. And my point here is I think that those that went to, it isn't a zero sum whether it was good or bad. People lost their lives trying to do the right thing. And so I just ask that you bear that into mind, into your commentary. And for Secretary Vickers, thanks. It's good to see you again. It's been a while. Appreciate all you did. I'd just be curious, as we're talking about resourcing and others, and then your comments about we lost sort of the narrative, we had strategic overreach. How much did the simultaneity of Iraq and Afghanistan play into this? Thank you.
So let's go to Dr. Vickers first, and then we'll go to Dr. Coburn, please.
So just briefly, you know, as I say, the simultaneity of Iraq and Afghanistan caused us to have to expand the Army and Marine Corps significantly in 2006 to meet the demands of rotational forces. You know, as Afghanistan was starting to grow and Iraq was very big from the beginning. But its other effects, its subtler effects were important. The effect on the Pakistanis that we were leaving that theater, and then also the difficulty that we had in Iraq, you know, caused a period of time that Afghanistan looked like the good war in U.S. politics and Iraq the bad war, and then that flipped over time. And the thing you have to be careful about, I think, as a policymaker, national security policymaker, is, as I said, is that when you set really ambitious objectives, you better be sure. I think Ambassador Newman talked about that. You better test them that you can actually achieve this thing, because otherwise it's going to politically sour on you at some point. And if you think you're going to have to sustain something for decades, you're better off with a smaller approach, and that's, for instance, that's what we did. I hate this term forever war. I think it's corrupted U.S. politics. And in 2020, from 2015 on, Afghanistan had largely been handed over to the Afghan government for security responsibility. We helped the Colombians for half a century against insurgent groups in Colombia. Never had direct U.S. forces involved, but assistance and advisors, and it largely worked. So, the simultaneity took us, constrained resources on Afghanistan for quite a while. There's no question of that, but there were many other effects as well. And the big problem was just the concept that underlied it, which is you have to transform the Middle East into a bunch of democracies to eliminate the terrorism problem, which is just a bad strategic assumption.
Thank you.
Dr. Coburn, please go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to make clear that I think in my written statement I was referring to contracting, not contractors. I think the companies and individuals here who I think oftentimes worked in good faith and had many of the same goals as the U.S. government were responding to policies by the government and incentives. But I think the role of contractors and how decisions were made should be explored. For example, during the surge, there was the rapid setup of forward operating bases and other outposts all over Afghanistan stood up very, very quickly. The question of how to supply these bases was taken into consideration through contractors. The military said, we don't have the capacity to supply them. But there are these contracting groups, oftentimes run by local Afghan militias, who will supply them. And I interviewed quite a few members of these. And when you're now paying a local Afghan group to supply fuel to a base, then they're concerned about an attack by the Taliban, and by the way, they have backdoor connections to the Taliban, then they're going to just pay off the Taliban not to attack those fuel deliveries. And this is how we get sort of seepage of U.S. funds to the Taliban, was through these Afghan contractors that were subcontracting from other contractors. I think if the U.S. had said, okay, we want to roll out a series of bases and we are going to supply them ourselves, we would have made decisions really differently and would have been much more strategic about where they were and the number of them. So it enabled other forms and incentives for folks that were supposed to be our allies.
Thank you. I recognize Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much. My first question to Dr. Vickers is, I wonder if you can talk about why Americans, from a counterterrorism perspective, should care about Afghanistan. Take us back to those early post 9/11 period. How would you characterize the threat to the U.S. homeland emanating from Afghanistan? And over the next several years, you mentioned the transatlantic plot that was disrupted in the UK with MI5 and police arrests with direct help from the United States. 2009, we get Najibullah Azazi arrested, an al-Qaeda plot in the United States, not an al-Qaeda inspired, but a directed plot. 2010, the Times Square bomber, Faisal Shahzad, who had been trained in the Afghan-Pakistan border regions. How serious was the threat emanating to the United States from Afghanistan and Pakistan for that matter, and why should we have then cared?
9/11 resulted in more casualties than Pearl Harbor, and so it was a granddaddy of terrorist attacks, and the threat was high pre 9/11, as Al-Qaeda had a sanctuary for 5 years prior, to build up and attract jihadists to the region. And then as they resettled in the Pakistan-Afghanistan border region, the same thing largely occurred. And you mentioned the transatlantic airliner plot, but there were other threats to the American homeland. And until we really started disrupting and dismantling that group in that sanctuary, 2008 to 2012, then after that, the threat went down. And so, why should you care? Because mass casualty terrorism is a real threat that, and there are all sorts of foreign policy consequences as well as human consequences when you're wrong about that. As people say, they got to be right once, we got to be right all the time. And so you have to take it seriously as a national security threat to make sure you've got the intelligence apparatus and the foreign partners and the instruments. And it doesn't require a big commitment on the U.S. part. It just requires a commitment, and, certain specialized things. And then on Afghanistan, besides generically abandoning an ally who fought with us for 20 years and all the strategic reasons why we're better off with an ally than having our enemy in power. Given that I'm an old guy, a Cold Warrior, I also think they really helped, that country that no one thinks about helped us win the Cold War. And they suffered greatly in helping us win that. And, so if we screwed up after the end of the Cold War, we had a chance to make it right after 9/11 and then screwed it up again.
But it is your judgment that even after 9/11, the threat to the U.S. homeland remains serious for roughly a decade at least.
Yes, it did for at least a decade. And, it took them a little period of time between 2001 and 2003. There were attack plots from other areas as well. But the threat rose steadily during that period. And then it increased in Yemen and Syria, the threat to the homeland and to Europe as well in the decade that followed. And the conditions are still there that threat could rise again. It's not eradicated forever.
Thank you. Wanted to follow up with a question that both came out of your testimony and your response to remarks, which is, in a sense, gets to the footprint issue. Even in your book, there is a lot there about the utility of special operations forces and ISR assets, including orbits. The question that sort of comes out about that as you reflect based on your time, not just involved in the war in Afghanistan, but also thinking retrospectively about it, would the U.S. have been better off, in your judgment, with a much smaller sustainable footprint that was geared towards, on the military side, special operations types of forces for train, advise, assist, and other kinds of actions, rather than a large conventional footprint?
Yes, I think so. If you look at it in two aspects, right after 9/11, as President Bush looked for options to go to Afghanistan, the initial DoD response was what we had done in response to the embassy bombings in East Africa, a cruise missile strike, or a little more ambitious airstrike, and then a massive invasion of Afghanistan that would take 6 to 9 months to build up forces in Pakistan. And President Bush wisely said, I want to do something now, and I want to do it smaller, and I don't want, any of those options. And so that's how you got essentially the CIA-led option that Central Command folded in on and proved very effective, at least in overthrowing the Taliban and displacing Al-Qaeda. And then, as I mentioned, if you look at it, the surge in Afghanistan was motivated by the deteriorating security threat, but also the idea that we could replicate what we did in Iraq, Ambassador Crocker and General Petraeus, the extraordinary success we had in a short period of time. And Afghanistan wasn't Iraq. We could, as my boss Bob Gates said, we could push the Taliban back to maybe 2006, 2005 levels of violence, but we couldn't eliminate them as long as they had the Pakistan sanctuary and conditions in Afghanistan. And so this was going to be a long war. And then, the trouble is you can only keep those big forces there so long. And then it creates this mentality that, forever war seems to me to have a concept that, of the surge and rather than that we had transitioned to the Afghans after 2015. So, it's more effective in operationally in the short run when but you have to be wise, I think, about whether it can really achieve decisiveness in the long run, or you're better off with a persistent but smaller approach.
Thank you.
I'm going to congratulate Commissioner Jones for getting in the most questions within the appropriate time frame. No one has done that yet. Gold star. Okay. Let me recognize Commissioner Molino. You have the floor.
Thanks, and thanks to Dr. Coburn and Dr. Vickers for being here. It's good to see you again. Counterterrorism efforts are often colloquially referred to as mowing the grass, a never-ending, tedious requirement. And I hate the analogy. It's too simplistic, and I think if there's anything we learned from the war in Afghanistan, it's that counterterrorism is complex and it's nuanced work. The other thing about the mowing the grass analogy is that I think it offers a single solution, a uniquely military solution. And this commission's intentionally considering the efforts of all departments and agencies involved. So I think the analogy is actually improved, and I'm going to show my cards here being a little bit of a grass nerd, by considering what it takes to grow and establish an award-winning lawn, right? Proper watering, aerating, overseeding, fertilizing, awareness of germination temperatures, if you really want to be nerdy about it, for your particular kind of grass, and when necessary, targeted weed killing or weed removal. In your book, you talk about the need for a flexible strategy that can respond to changing tactics and geographic shifts of terrorist organizations. So I'd like you to offer just some words of advice to up-and-coming, future policymakers, operators, analysts. How should they be thinking about preparing for the terrorism threats of the future? Or we can talk more on grass.
Yeah. Well, I'd be happy to have you mow mine, I'll tell you that. So, as I said, counterterrorism, when you think about appropriate strategies, you need a mix of offense and defense and sustained campaigns to deal with if you see it as a global threat like Al Qaeda and ISIS. But it starts with a network of partners, foreign partners around the world, and then good intelligence. And that's what. To get away from the mowing the grass, but that helps you mow the grass a lot before things get too bad. And then you need a capability to deal with those sanctuaries in the most effective way possible, or but what we say with counterterrorism is you're buying time for other things. So people don't like the term mowing the grass because it sounds like I'm going to be doing this forever. If you carry the analogy too literally. But it's also buying time for you to build up local security forces that can handle more and more of the threat and do other things that deal with it. And that just takes time. So we're not, the phrase, as you said, also is kind of rejected that, well, if I just do this surge, I'll win the war and I won't have to mow this grass anymore. Well, it doesn't work that way in some conditions. And so, you are stuck with, what I said, which is you're in a long-term intelligence war. You're in a war that you've got to make sure you have partners, and then you've got appropriate instruments to deal with this. And you don't want to overcommit because that can cause you to lose. In other words, when we overcommit, we tend to lose. We may have eliminated the grass for a while, or darn near eliminated it, but then it grows back even bigger because we're gone.
No, thanks for the response. I think maybe a challenge to the research team that will look at testimony and you know, the various things that we uncovered through the work over the period of the commission. Something for them to consider is that if you simply mow and you don't employ the other instruments of U.S. national power, what you end up with is a yard full of weeds. And if you mow them really short and it looks really green, and wow, like it looks like we've done a really good job. But what you actually have is a massive terrorism problem that you're just holding at bay. And so I appreciate your comment about intelligence assets. I appreciate your previous comments about the need for access and placement in order to drive very targeted operations that do that weed removal. So again, forgive me on the analogy. I'll give you a chance to respond.
So it's a good one, and it really gets at strategy in a sense that, you know, if you look at Al Qaeda now and ISIS to a lesser extent, we've mowed those weeds down to where there aren't that many of them, but the conditions that give rise to them are still there. And, you know, the essence of counterterrorism strategy, ideally, is disrupt threats, and then when you've got a serious group problem, a sanctuary, dismantle and defeat it, but you've only operationally defeated it, you know, unless, so what the part that people miss is you have to prevent their reconstitution. And you have to do it in multiple places. And we can't do that as a government. We depend on our foreign partners to do that, you know, to eliminate these ungoverned spaces. And that's lots of other instruments of power that, you know, so that's why I say it buys time and it, you know, maybe mitigates the threat, but it's an operational level solution, not a strategic solution.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and thank you. To Dr. Coburn, I'll turn briefly on Zoom. I think you make a very important point that relates to this in terms of where we invest and how much, or maybe how little. Near the end of your written testimony, you make a point that's essentially about the inverse relationship between U.S. intervention and success in certain geographic and operational efforts. In a sense, success often occurred in areas with less political and financial intervention. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that, use the education model specifically, but are there other areas we should be looking at in that context?
Yeah, I think, and importantly tied to this conversation is who were the allies that we had in Afghanistan that we did not support, did not develop, that could have helped us in this wider mission. And I think the example you point to that I have in my written testimony that I didn't have time to discuss was the higher ed system. And I think it's really worth the commission's time to look at a few of the things. What was effective in Afghanistan over those 20 years? And in 2001, there were a couple of crumbling universities in Afghanistan. And by 2021, there were 39 public institutions, 128 private ones, 400,000 students, a quarter of them were women. That's a real success. It's not actually a place where the U.S. government relatively threw a ton of money. A lot of that money was actually private. A lot of those universities were private, actually. And it created this growing educated class that I think Nader Naderi spoke to most articulately. This was a long, slow process, but it was gaining traction. However, we continued to allow the elite from that earlier commander period to ultimately have the final say in the government. So those educated class increasingly became bureaucrats, low-level officials, but were never able to get into those positions of power. And I think it was a real loss for us. And in many ways, it's that generation of Afghans that were most abandoned when we pulled out in 2021 and the Taliban returned.
Thank you both for your thoughtful responses. I'm over on time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you so much to both of our witnesses. What a rich amount of expertise here. Professor Coburn, I'm going to start with you. As a scholar, you have spent your time studying the intersection of Western intervention and the Afghan political economy. And for the commissioners on our staff, I think your book, Bazaar Politics, is the best book that's been written on at this intersection. Our mandate as a commission orients our research process towards key American decisions. And I'm wondering how you would advise us to think about the relationship between US decision-making and Afghan politics, economics, and state-society relations in terms of how we think about doing this work. And for Dr. Vickers, I'm going to belabor the lawn analogy for a moment and say the first question that I have is who owns the lawn, which I think is where you were going in your last remark. So I wonder if you can reflect, for me, this is a very fundamental question for this commission. Do you think at a theoretical level, the projects of counterterrorism and state building, forget democracy, but just state building, were ever actually compatible? How was the Afghan state ever to establish itself as a sovereign power, again, even if we set aside an internally legitimate, just as a sovereign state, when the US and a number of other foreign actors maintained the perpetual license to this day to use force inside its territory?
So that's one of the features of counterterrorism, that these ungoverned spaces where a government may not have a writ. So that's part of Yemen, Somalia, North Africa, Afghanistan, Pakistan border region. You know, the U.S. feels it has to protect its interests, would prefer to do it through a government, but in some cases, a government has no writ there. You know, or is unwilling and incapable of doing something. But it's, you know, as you said, it's not a long-term solution in a sense that, you know, the goal of strategy is to have the local government build up enough capacity to eliminate those ungoverned spaces. Otherwise, you are in a, you know, perpetual, even if it's a small counterterrorism fight, you're in that forever. There's no exit. So ultimately, to the question of who owns the grass, it's a local government, and you don't want to do things that undermine them on that. You know, it may take a long time. You know, you may be, you know, you're unrealistic if you think I can do this in just a few years. So you need decades-long engagement if that's required to protect your interests. But ultimately, you know, you don't want to undermine them by saying, you know, get out of the way, I'm going to do it myself. You know, every time we've tried that, it hasn't led to good outcomes.
Two related points, I think, in response to your question. The first is linked back to my previous point about the growing urban educated class as a missed opportunity for us to build allies. Another group were more local, regional elite who were not involved highly in the bond process, but were pulled into the political process over the next, shall we say, 5 years. And this is really sort of setting the stage in those early years. And just as a quick little story, the local commander in my town, he was sort of a small-time commander. He had fought against the Soviets. He was loosely allied with Karzai. Early on in the Karzai government, he had taken his weapons, turned in most of them, but not all of them, as he would say. Karzai allowed him to keep some for his own protection. And Karzai essentially gave him, he said, a Toyota dealership. But he found selling Toyotas beneath him, so he made his son do that. And in 2005, 2006, he was basically in retirement. By 2009, however, he was running for parliament, in part because he had been pressured by a lot of his allies that, listen, in 2005, he was still worried about getting prosecuted for war crimes or enemies coming after him. He was unsure what the U.S. was going to do. By 2009, it was sort of clear to him that he was probably safe. And a lot of his allies were saying, we need to make some money. We need to get into this game over here where everyone's trading deals. And so by 2009, he had been pulled firmly away from some of these processes, or pulled into processes like elections, which were perceived as, from the Afghan public's point of view, a corrupt way of getting into government and getting a hold of some of these government resources. And this is tied to my previous point that it was the unthoughtful interference in Afghan elections, comments by Holbrooke, the way that John Kerry so publicly negotiated that deal between Karzai and Abdullah that really eroded the U.S.'s ability to have any credibility around elections being what we said they were, and that this is purely an Afghan-led process. And I think what this meant was Afghans all watched this, ordinary Afghans sort of watched this firsthand. And oftentimes, I think they gave the U.S. government and the international community much more credit than they deserved. They assumed that the U.S. government was somehow doing some of these things intentionally, even when it was unintentional. And you would often hear, and I know you've heard many times, the Taliban are a bunch of rural fighters. The U.S. is the most sophisticated military in the world. How could the U.S. not defeat the Taliban? And that to many was evident, many Afghans was evidence that the U.S. somehow wanted to be there and was intentionally losing the war and using that as an escape to keep a toehold in Afghanistan. And all of that just further mined our legitimacy, but also the legitimacy of our Afghan partners.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coburn. I recognize Dr. Jackson for an additional question and then some closing remarks.
Thank you, Shamila. One last question for Dr. Vickers. You had alluded in your statement in an interesting way that we were late to build local security forces that we needed to be able to leave, and that ultimately we built the wrong kind of security forces when we set about it. Your biography, as some know here in the room, included designing a surrogate force for the Mujahideen to some extent, arming them. If you think we built the wrong kind of security forces for the Afghans or provided them with the wrong tools or the wrong structure, what would the right structure have looked like in your opinion?
Yeah, it's a great question. So early on, and the previous panel talked about the tensions between institution building and security, that certainly were present there. But early on, our aim was to build small, essentially affordable Afghan security forces and centralized as part of a centralized state. So one, the force was too small for the threat for us to leave. And second, Afghanistan is not inherently a centralized state. And so trying to recruit people, and this problem persisted, to join the army and leave your village, and we're going to send you to another part of the country that's the size of Texas. Well, you might as well be sending them to the moon. They don't, and, jumping isn't going to get there, but, we were trying. And so it was a very flawed strategy from the beginning. And then the other thing, the tensions about the militias and the warlords and bad and everything. But again, it gets back to this local centralized of how you have stability in Afghanistan that goes, historically, as Ambassador Crocker mentioned. And so one of the more effective things we did, and Commissioner Jones worked on this a lot, was the Afghan local police and village stability operations. And it was a lot more cost effective. The Taliban feared it more than a lot of other things. Why? Because they were local forces defending their village, and they were denying, as we built more of them, they were denying more of the rural areas. Now, there were problems with that too, but I think a mix of more village defense forces and an army big enough to hold the cities, and then special operations forces to do raids, essentially, would have been a better approach. We were also late on giving the Afghans an air force to move their forces around, and that's very expensive and everything. But if you're ever going to leave, again, it's a country the size of Texas. They got to be able to move places to nip some of these threats in the way that we did as well. And so, I think our security assistance, and again, what do? We create core structures. Well, it looks like us, and it's just, so it still would have been costly, just not as costly, and I think it would have been more effective had we had a better mix and started early. And then transitioned earlier.
Thank you. I'm now going to offer just some last framing thoughts, more for the audience than for the commissioners who are aware of this. As several of the witnesses have alluded to, Dr. Albion, Ambassador Newman, our greatest challenge in some ways is narrowing the scope of the things we can accomplish within the time we're given. We're very cognizant of that, but one of the key decisions we made based on the congressional legislation was to focus primarily as a unit of analysis on key U.S. government decisions. This acknowledges the point that DePauli made earlier, that we can't think about those fully without thinking about Afghan reactions. But that said, the unit of analysis is U.S. government decisions. So a fair question for the audience and for interested citizens is, well, what decisions are you going to look at? The easy answer is we're going to consider a much larger set of decisions than we can possibly cover in detail, and there will be a very difficult winnowing process. The second point is that those decisions may ironically fall not just in the Washington area or in Brussels, but often a series of decisions that are either labeled theater decisions or implementation decisions may reside at the country team or U.S. Forces Afghanistan level. So just to give a sampling, at the macro policy level, we will certainly look at the U.S. decision to invade Afghanistan in the wake of 9/11. What other alternatives were considered, if any? How wide was the range of options? The second obvious point of interest will be the decision to surge forces in Afghanistan. There are a whole host of nested decisions within that: how big a surge, how long, whether to remove it, when. A third set of decisions relate to negotiations with the Taliban. Should we negotiate with them? If so, should we negotiate without the Afghan government present? These were profound decisions that had outsized impacts. And finally, a series of decisions about U.S. withdrawal. Under what circumstances would we withdraw? Would we withdraw and leave an enduring presence of some sort of small force of U.S. and counterterrorism forces and the like? But this gives a sampling of the very macro level, leaving you with the point that for every one of these subordinate elements in country, we're often making very, very difficult implementation decisions, how to follow this broad policy towards something that could actually be tangible. Decisions like the ones I asked Dr. Vickers about: how do you design the security forces of the Afghans, or how do you support their design thereof? Strategic choices by U.S. military commanders as to whether to pursue largely enemy-centric strategies inside of Afghanistan or largely population-centric strategies, and we see oscillation over time on that. These are not just military decisions. In the development field, there were corresponding decisions about what to develop, why, and to what effect. So this gives you a sense both of the sprawl of potential decisions we can analyze and the winnowing that we're going to have to engage in. But I just wanted to offer that as a closing comment. And last, and on a more personal note, but I think also general to this point of the importance of bipartisanship, I was appointed by Senator Jim Inhofe, Republican of Oklahoma, longtime Senate Armed Services Committee chair and ranking member. He passed away on July 9th, and we hope that the work that we do as a group, not me as an individual, will reflect positively on a great public servant, and one who I think cherished his relationships across the aisle to people like Senator Jack Reed. It is that kind of teamwork that created this commission, and it's that kind of teamwork that will get it across the finish line.
Thank you, Colin. And I'll add that I was appointed as commissioner and asked to be co-chair by then Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And when offered the opportunity, I couldn't think of saying no. I had to say yes, just because of the personal and professional involvement of myself and so many of my colleagues, but also because of the challenge posed by having truly bipartisan conversations. And Commissioner Jones, you talked about this a little bit earlier on, that we are bipartisan in our composition, but our work is nonpartisan, our staff is nonpartisan. But let me just emphasize something about this bipartisanship theme that is very much part of our American life these days and that I've learned through this appointment. we think it's about politics, we think it's about this side or that side, and it may be in certain settings, but in our context, it's become very much about listening and giving each other some space to air, whether they be memories of the war, grievances, debates, disagreements. We have to have space for those difficult conversations, and I've learned to be immensely more patient through this process, and it's been an honor to work with the commissioners in this learning process about this theme of bipartisanship, which is so critical for the future of our country as well. And it's been a joy to work with Colin. We've become great friends, and I think we come from very different backgrounds, but where we intersect is kind of our commitment to U.S. national interests, and that's reflected in all of our commissioners as well. Just a few closing points that I wanted to share with the audience. I know our commissioners know this already, but the decision examples that Colin shared with you, they are very USG heavy, right? They're US government policy decisions, and we're choosing them as our organizing principle because that is what Congress wants us to evaluate. But as I said in my opening statement, and I will emphasize now, that the US decisions did not happen in a vacuum. They're part of a global, regional ecosystem that involved equally important and impactful decisions by foreign governments and also non-state actors, not just terrorists or insurgent groups, but civil society, public sentiment. And we will gather all of those and look at them critically. They're not ornamental to our process. It may sound that they're ornamental because this task is immense and we want to throw everything in there, but we're not looking at it like that. We are going to take the 2 years that we've been given to truly integrate as much as possible within the scope that we are able to manage. So that's our commitment to all of you today. And with that, let me just thank everyone for their time, the witnesses, our special guests. You've given us a lot today, and we will keep you involved in this important work. I also want to thank our hosts, the veterans of foreign wars. It wouldn't have been a success today without your partnership. We look forward to having you join us for another session that is veteran specific, we hope later this year. This hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.